Hello, hello, hello. My name is Colin Gestalt and welcome to the stream. We are about to play Märchen Line, the last game Nth Circle did before making of the Devil. It seems like it's gonna be pretty pretty have a lot of production value to it, considering some of the screenshots I've seen and like how long it is. But yeah, I guess I'll just go into it. Yeah, like just this title screen is like, I'd say I can tell this planet is like, I can tell the planet is sort of 3D, so it feels more like maybe PS1. But yeah, just this feels very I mean, PC98 was direct inspiration, the itch.io page said, so start out. And we're live. This is Conrad Eltor, ready to take questions. We're on the far edge of the galaxy. Don't complain about the signal quality. Alright, chat. Alright, calm down. I'll get to you. Where is this? A cancer nest on Hannibal. We just got done renovating. Now a crater. Any of you interested in the farm life? Whole surface is clean rock and open skies now. Okay. Do you remember hearing something about fighting space crabs or whatever? So, yeah, land terraforming. Build some fences, plant some trees, find the right partner. You've done your duty for the mother and father. Live out the fat of the land. Live off the fat of the land. Not bad, right? Do you have a partner? Chat, see, I don't know. Should I answer this one? Do I answer this one? No, I shouldn't. Probably not. Let me say this. Oh, people are already yelling in my ear. I have a type, okay? That's all I'm saying. Yeah? It's probably not what you'd expect. Oh, they want to cut me off. I just started. Show us the bodies. Just a peek, okay? Ooh. It's for you. Can't see? Hey, if you want to get a better look, you all know where to enlist. What else? What else? Dear Commander, can you be as strong if you become a soldier? Can I be as strong as if I become a soldier? Variation on an old recurring theme, eh, chat? Well, the answer is the same as ever. You, the person watching this, you carry the blood of the chosen heroes in your veins. You have in the sacred helix the blueprints for every victory, every triumph, every miracle mankind has ever achieved. This means you're capable of anything. Oh yeah, like, this is gonna sound weird, but I really like when games like show gore as just like a mash of, like a mess of mosaic. Like, in, yeah, milk inside a bag of milk inside a bag of milk. There's just the shot that is just like, just this mess of pixels that's like, yeah, it's a pile of someone. I guess censorship as just like in general as an artistic element is always cool for the most part. Like in Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, how they have like the sort of censor image over people's faces when like TVs get hacked by the hacker of that story. I've never watched the full thing of that, but got the gist of it. That means you're capable of anything. Did anyone clip that? I think that was a nice one. Someone should clip that. In the beginning, Homo sapiens sowed the fields of Mother Terra with blood shed over the least of her boundaries and falsely named it war. This was the first of their sins. Solar Edda, Beginnings, first one, line 1. And you hear me? It's him. The boy. Sorry, just see his little mouth. The quivering mouth, the sweat beads. He's worried. He's worried about us. Whoa there, easy killer. Don't try to get up. Limbs feel heavy and your mind runs slow as you try to paddle your way to the surface of the dull fog you find yourself in. What happened to me? Well, you took your spinal injection without complaint, and then you fainted. Branding, the last step towards becoming a soldier and the first step towards greater things. Did it work? Seems like your memory's not entirely scrambled. Yes, it worked. The runes have disappeared through your system. You're officially a soldier in the Voyeur Armada. That's all? Want injection? If you're hoping for something more radical, I could open you up and start poking around. Whoa. Don't threaten me with a good time. That was a joke. Oh, okay. You catch the faint smell of antiseptic beneath your palms and feel stark, stiff bedsheets. Yeah, just making sure everything is groovy. The man in front of you is... Are you a doctor? Specialist Adrien Voltaire, reporting for duty. Or however it goes. It's been a while since somebody asked me to salute or report, or it's a specialist. Just the guy they gave all the jobs, odd jobs to, like checking up on sleepyheads. Aw. Speaking of which, how are you feeling? The runes can make things a little fuzzy. Use that word again. Runes. Do people really call them that? Okay, yeah, I guess it's a free itch.io game, but this lighting freaking the fuck out is very funny. Yes, superstitious people do. You prefer to call them nanomachines? Didn't think there'd be a superstitious people out here, of all places. The Voyager Armada, bravest of the brave, only wing of the only wing of the fleet crazy enough to venture past the borders and into the dark. Well, sorry to disappoint, but all soldiers are a little superstitious. The brave ones most of all. Clear your throat and try to make stock of your body. Take your hands, blink your eyes, flex your shoulders. Everything seems perfectly normal. Will 1 failed. You can't hide your disappointment. Aww. You weren't expecting to shoot lasers out of your eyes, were you? The runes are primarily growth accelerators. Okay, like progesterone. Okay, I get it. You'll learn faster, grow quicker. Don't worry, a few months from now, I'm sure you'll be leaping over battlefields like your El Artur herself. Her eyes widen at the idea of being darting to the floor in embarrassed hurry. Come on, I think you're the only ensign around here who wanted to be the commander when they grew up. This comment does little soothe your faltering facade of indifference. You opt to search for a change in subject. What comes to mind is... I was just looking for my Valkyrie. Alright, everyone's favorite part. They'll come around soon enough. Just need a minute to get settled in. You'll be partnered for the rest of your tour of the duty once they're installed. Don't want to get off on the wrong foot by rushing them, yeah? How long did yours take to show up? That reminds me, you collapsed before they could finish your registration. Took care of most of it, just need to type up your dog tags. That sounds good, Corsica. Is that... Carcosa. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. That other one's like in France or whatever. Name lingers in the air. cloying cloud of bad memories, you hesitate to inhale. I don't want to use my family name. Why? Is there something wrong with... He looks up from his tablet, manufactured by Tanger Electronics, subsidiary of the Corsica Group. Oh. Furrows his brow and turns to the computer monitor beside him. Oh, he has like little earrings. Okay. Intriguing. The model sold by Fay and Packard, owned by Leonard Industries, a branch of the Corsica Group. Right. Leans back in his chair and stares up at the ceiling. Ceiling that, like every other part of the longship, was built by ordinary shipyards and Macriter by Shaken Arms, one of the regular military suppliers controlled by the Corsica Group. Look down, pretending to find the back of your hand a fascinating object to study. Sorry, gotta use your paternal family name, military tradition, honor the father and all that. But whatever you want for the given name, will it be? Alright then, Gestalt, you're all set. And don't worry about your family name. You'll probably get stuck with some call sign you hate before a week's out anyway. Head left down the hall and sweep your palm at the elevator. Your runes will get to where you need to go from now on. Raise on slightly unsure legs and make your way to the door in your best approximation of a confident stride. Hey, good luck out there, killer. Knock him dead. So, does anyone know what time it is? Huh. They're cute. Yeah. Can you see it in the corner of your eye yet? I think there are numbers there, but when I try to look at them, I just see they just move further away. You'll need to practice with that. It's 8:57. Our CO's nowhere to be found. They're 10 minutes late, we're allowed to leave, you know? Isn't that dereliction of duty? Nah, special case. Really? Everyone's a critic. You got something to say, Mop? You're just jealous you can't break the ice as good as I can. I don't have anything to say to you, no. What, you don't think I'm a good guy to know? I think you can't handle mind games this juvenile. It's in Squad's best interest to walk out now. Wait, is this bad at making friends, or did you stub your toe before walking in here? Wait, do you really think this is test already? It's all tests from now on? Like push-up tests or riddle tests? Because I'll do the push-ups. But if we have to do reverse psychology on the first day... Nothing reverse about it, they just want to waste their time with impatient children. Why do you guys look at me like that? Guess you can take a hit. Let's air this out, Wallflower. Let's get on the right foot, you and me, little warm-up exercise, get the blood flowing. If the CO walks in on you two arm wrestling, they'll be well within their rights to send us all home. He's free to arm wrestle with himself, might stand a chance of winning under these circumstances. Arm wrestling himself? So there are going to be riddles? That's just... Aww, for little Fang. Attention. The first to notice, or perhaps acknowledge you lingering in the doorway, the tall, vibrant girl startles herself into a rigid salute. No one else follows her lead. Did the runes make your eyesight worse? They're an ensign, same rank as the rest of us. You're feeble for an introduction. Speed 1 failed, it wasn't trying to make an entrance. Backpedal into looking defensive instead. You don't know what time it is. Again, it's 8:59. Go time, huh? The movement in the corner of your eye. And up snaps a soldier, where there was none before. Was she waiting for us the whole time? Don't falter yourself. Personally, lesson I'll ever give, you're nice and gentle. You want to be a soldier? Sleep whenever you get the chance. So when you do need to act, you'll be slightly less useless. At attention. She barely raises her voice, yet two-word command hit you like a 1-2 punch. This is more than just a soldier. This is a leader. As only the brightest among you has surmised, I am your CO, Commander Artemis Maydaughter, the Major. I've seen her in the VODs. Isn't she kind of a big deal? You all need no introduction. You're here to become soldiers, right? Wrong. Your fitness tests were a joke. Everyone with 4 limbs could pass. Your boot camp was a practical joke. We made that 2-hour stretching tutorial so you'd have something to fall asleep to. You're to be unmade. Every morning I will break your bones, rip apart, and send you to the bed praying that you have nightmares just to give you a little more time before the next day starts. And every night your Valkyries will work tirelessly, replace your weaknesses with their strength. For whatever reason, they got in their heads that they can achieve something. I've yet to be convinced. In fact, I'll bet there's been some kind of mistake. So I'll give you all one chance, right now, to drop out. Because if you disobey, or fail, or fall behind, I'll martyr you with my bare hands. Any questions? One, sir. What's your name, ensign? Niels Eric, sir. And what's your burning question? I'd like to know who you are, sir. The room goes quiet. Looking for my resume, ensign? No, sir, just want to know what I'm putting my life in the hands of someone who's stronger than me, sir. Does he have a death wish? Any other day of your life, you'd call for an arrogant, presumptuous shit-looking... It'd be an arrogant, presumptuous shit looking to get his ass kicked. But I did open the floor to questions. Oh, nice. Good to hear that you actually got back on 14. Can you hand me that arrow? Yeah, I mean... maybe one day you'll get caught up, to me and other people, and you might actually be... might be able to form a group or something to do, content. If our schedules line up. You mean that spear? Can you lift it? No problem. Washer buckles unnaturally as he struggles to carry the awkward weight. She plucks the massive shaft, from his shaking hands like a poet picking up their quill. Wanna know why I'm in charge? Without skipping a breath, she draws back the cruel steel wire of the bow, two heads taller than her, and releases. Embedding the arrow half meters deep into an armored plate on the other side of the range. Yes, sir. Now then, sir. Talkative bunch. Yeah, I remember at the time, with FF14, it was only ARR and Heaven's Word that were, free. And, once I went through those, I waited until, I waited until the next 2 expansions, Stormblood and Shadowbringers, went on sale, and then I went through their MSQs in a month to get caught up before Dawn Trail came out. Then I eventually got back on and did more stuff before Dawn Trail came out, so I could clear some stuff out that I wanted to do. At the time I was very much how do I put it? Not stingy, but just I was very much not used to the MMO model of buying stuff and then also paying a subscription on top, so I wanted to get as much as I could out of it. Because I think the bundle they had of buying the 2 expansions also came with a free month. So I just like blitzed through it in that time and... yeah? He lowers his hands and points squarely at you. I ask you who the observer is. She turns lazily, a leopard regarding a field mouse. Ugh. I have to watch a bunch of recap videos and remember. Yeah. It is what it is. No, you can just use, like, the different expansion names. Sees through you in an instant. You have been deemed a non-threat. Usually the whole, like, acronyms, like, or not acronyms, but numbers, like 3.0, 3.5, or whatever, those are usually talked about when talking about, like, specific, patch cycles, or, like, future stuff, like 8.0 or whatever. And then sign, same as the rest of you, proud member of the 404. And the white scarf? Cold realization slaps you in the face as it starts to burn up. Every other recruit has a red scarf on their shoulder. Color of passion, blood, war. You've been standing here bearing a flag of surrender. Special decoration denoting those whose family made one or more significant donations of financial or physical capital to their fleet. Expected the family to intervene somehow. Halt your paperwork, cancel your transports, drain your funds faster than you could buy one-way passage. Didn't expect them to make you a laughingstock without even lifting a finger. Rich brat comes here to play hooky. Probably part of a prank. We're being filmed, so we gotta babysit them while they play the Prince and the Pauper. I know you'd be the one out of your depth here, that was the point. But you didn't consider the horrifying idea that you might be unwanted. I don't want any special treatment. You can start by getting in line with the rest of your peers then. Stiffly, awkwardly, and trying very hard to be indivisible, scurry across the room into a begrudgingly empty space in the formation. Fact is, I don't care who you are, who any of you were before, all your life has been prelude. First among fathers doesn't give you strength. Today's Valkyries merely offer you the chance to earn it. Fortunately for you all, it's not a stationary target. Off sprinting the day you were born, and you've been sucking on thumb at the starting line ever since. You want to be a soldier? Yes, sir. You want to be a voyager? Yes, sir. You want to be somebody? Sir, yes, sir. Let's start running. Literally. As you stare slack-eyed at the growing gap between you and the backs of the slowest of the slow, running laps around you in the gym, you try to occupy your mind by pitting the pain in your throat against the pain in your shins. At the moment, your shins are winning. You've never felt skinny and fat in the same time before. Endurance 1 failed. Worse yet, you feel certain that you've only been running for a few minutes. Are you going for time or distance, sir? Pondering the big questions. Neither. You're all free to stop running whenever you like. But if you're still strong enough to stand when you do, I'll put you on the ground myself. Tempo's shoes slapping against the dull ground quickens for everyone but yourself. On your left. Nearly lose your balance completely when the voice rushes at you from behind. Nearly lose it again when a blurred figure jumps ahead of you. First place goes to Zaxis. Told you I recognize her. It's Kara, isn't it? I saw you at the Admiralty Gala last year. With your father. Yes, sir. Carry on. Oh, hell. Now that you're good at math. Wherever were, you certainly weren't anymore. Not after running to exhaustion. Ugh, one failed. It's like you're seeing multiplication for the first time again. What does algebra have to do with killing crabs, sir? Counting is extremely useful. Just now, for example, it occurs to me that you owe me another lap. Oof. The reserved young man across you places his tablet down on the ground and closes his eyes. Done already? Yes, sir. Got full marks. Good. Just don't forget to sign your name next time. Axel Hightower. He blinks, his eye full of earnest surprise for the briefest moment. Yes, sir. But he recollects himself just quickly, cool-headed and logical in all things. Now that he's done, he's free to spend the rest of the allotted time regaining his strength and watching you fail. All you can hear right now is the breath on your lips and the heartbeat in your ears. Everyone else is struggling to push a cart. Strength 1 failed, but to an onlooker you must look like you're doing push-ups against a wall. Resistance training, I get, but if we ever get out and push our supply trains, don't we wouldn't we be dead already? Can pop the wheels of yours and need more challenge ensign. Adam Major, sir. Ma'am. Sir is a general neutral ensign. Apologies, sir. Not where I'm from, sir. Nissa Mayer. You're from Helm? Frost Giants. What do they feed you in the star system? Rice and potatoes and eggs, sir. Aww. You have a question, ensign? How do I know when I've reached the other side of the bay, sir? That's a fast time. Push it back to the other way, of course. Right away, sir. The exercise involves getting on your elbows and toes and holding your body as straight as a line as long as possible. Apparently, it's called a plank. You surmise it must be originated as a form of torture. Didn't we already test our strength? Pushing past your limits is a matter of will, not strength, ensign. Just the fact that we're all collapsing. You have a newfound appreciation for the subtle luxuries of sitting on the floor and not moving. Standing up seems like a superhuman feat. Stumped, sir. What's left to break our backs on? I had wanted to test your endurance, see which of you stood out from the pack. Seeing as how you had energy to spare from mouthing off every damn minute of the day so far, I think I have my answer. I knew the best as something. His pride is genuine, his minor victory accepted earnestly. You're jealous of his success and his attitude. You seemingly bottomless well of stamina. You know what you're gonna go for? Thinking about it all year. You look down at the mass-produced blade laying on the racks before you. It's well made, light and easy to wield, plenty deadly enough, in the hands of anyone competent. Hoping to postpone your own decision, you turn to see where Clara stands, arm crossed, frowning up the shadow of a massive axe. Valkyries will make you strong, the runes will make you more than you could ever dream, but none of that will make you any taller, kid. Gonna take that axe? Help yourself. Thanks. Huh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that armor is... It's an interesting design, that's what I'm trying to say. Just sort of, I guess the straps would connect there. Plating... Yeah. Okay, yeah. It feels very, 80s, from what I remember. Like, sort of bodysuits, big, chunky sections. And then, like, the idea of points having, softer material so that you can bend. I might as well save. heavy weapons in this armada? Because they kill crabs the best? Because the enemy's xenobiology makes blood less negotiable? Exactly what I said. Forget whatever you saw in the VODs or whatever you think you learned in school. Those bastards do not die easily. So disabling them is a viable alternative. Oh yeah, it also feels very, Dragon Quest, I guess, or like RPG with the sort of shoulder pads and sort of very colorful body section and then the cape. One cut at the groin, another in the pit, stab the nerve cluster under the chin. They can spend the rest of the battle paralyzed and suffocating while you go about your merry killing. Artemis takes notice of you and you nearly drop your weapon in surprise. What do you got there, Ensign? Just a sword? Just? Every sword started out as just a sword. Just looking at you, seeing you. I want to prove myself. Hear that, folks? Popper here has just volunteered to go first in the simulator. At least they can't say you aren't brave. Brave? The word makes you pause. It's just a hard light simulation, isn't it? It's not like I can die. Go for broke. Yeah, give him hell, Popper. Seems like Adrien wasn't lying about picking up a call sign. Oh yeah, for sure. I've definitely played some like PC 98 games and like, yeah, this definitely hits the like, you can only fit, like I've listened to, or read stuff from PC 98 developers from like the 80s, and it's like, even just the idea of how much colors you can use, is like, was a technology, so limiting the screen to a certain area and then having everything else be just sort of information is definitely accurate. Seems like Adrien wasn't lying about picking up a call sign. So how are they gonna do? You ready? Anything I should know about fighting with runes? Words won't help you at this point. Just don't forget your courage. Look down at the weapon in your hand and try to recall a time you were ever courageous before. Nothing comes to mind. Chin up, eyes clear, combat starting in 3, 2, 1. Mist of light blossoms in front of you, pointed lines converge in a furious cloud that consolidates into an enemy. It gargles and lunges forward while you freeze. No, it's not that you're frozen, it's just your body, your breath, everything around you. Even the cancer is suspended mid-jump. The Major's right, describing this with words wouldn't have made a difference. This is what it means to fight with runes. This is what it's like to be a soldier. Moment of divine clarity amidst the chaos of a fight for your real life. Awareness of everything and nothing. And all the possibilities of the world condensed into a simple list of commands for your body to execute. Objective, absolute truth. For the first time in your life, you know exactly what to do. Fuck. Dog, come on. You know precisely how incapable you are of doing it. There's one objective truth in all of existence in this moment. It must surely be that you're completely and utterly powerless to what you are. Powerless since the day you were born. Everything you've ever had, I've given it to you. Everything you've ever done, you managed only because I've done it for you. And still, you can't even manage to show up on time to a simple meeting. It wasn't just a meeting. I don't want an arranged marriage. Don't want? You don't know what want is. Giving you everything you ever wanted your entire life. You're an adult now, time to pay your debts. Either you show up to the next meeting on time, or you find yourself a new family teat to suck at. Because the Corsica group can find another heir somewhere. Only takes 9 months. Huh, that reminds me, one of the like opening lines of Kodohime. Like in the background, there was like some shop that was talking about having an arranged marriage and saying stuff like this. Interesting. Do you understand? Will you stand still? Move forward. Step in just as the brute swipes down. Carapace crushes down on top of you, a wave of sinew and muscle flattening you out of the ground and driving your blade deep in the center of its chest. Back already, huh? Most folks are sick of me now. Aw. What happened? You got crushed under a couple hundred kilos of hard light, simulated cancer. You're mostly intact, but you would have suffocated if the hologram didn't dissipate. The Major leans against the door, muscles relaxed and brow furrowed. Oh, this is a really good backing song. So good. The Major leaned against the door, muscles relaxed and brow furrowed. Despite the relatively privacy of the room, she seems even more serious than she was in front of the group. Did I pass? You get 1 point for eliminating your target, and the program doesn't detract any points no matter how injured you get. Oh yeah, this game is like 4 hours long. I'll be here for a while. So I passed? The program doesn't decide that. I do. Artemis, that's a bit... I don't recall getting you permission to speak plainly, specialist. Wow. Wow. But maybe I slipped my mind. Show him the chart. Brow, he tips a series of key presses and summons a graphic. An empty pentagon. Don't seem to have natural aptitude for any of the attributes that make one a strong soldier. He's literally just a little guy. He's just a little guy who is very chewy. Don't have a natural aptitude for any attributes that make one a strong soldier. Everyone comes in with something, kid, but you... Forget the speeches for a minute. Without the strength of the Valkyries, you will die. The old pain of having an alien fall on top of you suddenly feels very far away. There's a knot in your stomach and fullness in your throat that are very more pressing. You wouldn't have sweated half that hard out there today if you didn't have a good reason to be here. There's plenty of civilian work on a long ship that size, a lifetime of it if you need. So my unofficial recommendation is that you don't come to training tomorrow morning. Artemis, that's... The next call, you know better than anyone. Even at your most exhausted point during the training, you'll at least take pride in the pain. There's no silver lining to the feeling building in your gut right now. Tough love, right? What did she mean that she knew better than anyone? That? My Valkyrie never showed up. I'm no stronger than the average civilian. Sweat pools on the small of your back. Didn't know that could happen. Neither did I. Your Valkyrie would typically have appeared to you by now. You notice with little interest that your nails have been digging into your palm for some time now. Why do you stay? I had nowhere else to go. Sorry, that was a joke. Without a Valkyrie to intercept with, I wasn't able to grow as a soldier. But with practice, I learned to manipulate the runes of others. Stretches out of the palm, and a weight you weren't aware of vanishes from your shoulders. Like so. Medics like me are rare, but unfortunately, the chances that I can get soldiers too grievously wounded that they heal themselves before it's too late. So that they call me a specialist and let me do my research, but I think they just don't know what to do with me. Maybe I could be like you. Let's hope not. It hasn't even been 12 hours. Get yourself a moment to breathe. Is there anything I can do? Would you laugh if I said you could try praying? First among fathers is long dead, but I doubt the Valkyries in Valhalla could exist if there wasn't at least some part of him out there listening. Hands come together, almost instinctively. They form a tight clasp rather than a reverent clap. I shouldn't have made fun of soldiers for being superstitious. One bad day I'm ready to... If Valkyrie's out there, they'll hear you. And if not, no one has to know, right? You know. Oh, right. Well, it'll be our little secret. After reaching the elevator, you wave your hand in the vague vicinity of the reader and close your eyes. You're unsure of what'll take you once summoned. You're unsure of what you'd want it to take you. Never prayed before in your life. You don't know where you would even begin. As a child looking out the windows of family motorcades, you see the occasional zealot in the streets. The adults around you scoffed at them as drunkards or worse. They'd all only turned to religion as a last resort after they tried and failed every alternative to taking responsibility for themselves. They had been forced to accept that they were powerless. Praying to a father figure of all things doesn't sit right with you, but a Valkyrie, if you can hear me, would you help give my dad the biggest middle finger imaginable? You try blinking a few times, you try straining your ears, you think for a moment about crossing your fingers, but all that answers you is the same artificial hum of the longship's ventilation. You opt instead for a different approach. You draw back your fist, put your weight on your back foot, and rock your arm into the door in front of you, and into the bright emptiness of the newly arrived elevator. Heyo, are you always this violent? Voice like silk. Suppose that means you're in the right line of work. Uncanny beauty. That doesn't mean you can just start banging on consoles every time you get impatient. Figure etched in the world with light. So, are you my soldier? So beautiful that you're speechless. I was afraid of that. But I can extrapolate. We very well can't both be missing our dance partner. So, sign the contract and forge the pact. You asked for a weapon and I sought a wielder. Joyce, boss, you just won the lottery. Because you got paired with the most stunning, talented, competent Valkyrie in the entire galaxy. You feel underdressed for some reason. Boss? Don't ask me to call you master. I'll quit right here, I swear. Because it had to be a quiet kind of quitting. Even a Valkyrie as gorgeous and talented as myself can't break the contract now that it's signed. Just thinking about how, well, I mean, it doesn't have to be entirely negative, but it does seem interesting that End Circle has multiple games where you have a woman in your brain talking to you. Which I guess Morgan, you know, talking to herself, and the distinction between herself and, well, her sort of persona she puts on could be considered talking to herself in her brain. Be very passive-aggressive, so don't tell me. Are all Valkyries like this? I told you, you managed to pull a rare one. Should be grateful. At least try to enjoy my quirks while they last. Probably have to update my appearance and demeanor over the coming weeks to better suit our working relationship. You can do that? Guessing your type is infinitesimally less taxing than managing the billions of nanomachines through your body. I thought Valkyries were the voice of the runes. The runes are the runes, they don't talk, but in combination with their body, they become a computer. Many Valkyries are software hosted on the computer. That's Soldier. From now on, I'll be managing your health, mental state, blood sugar, lactic acid buildup, and more 24/7. And you don't even have to give me vacation days. Wow, so you aren't completely oblivious as to how amazing I am. Seems I'll need to change my estimation of you. Now, if you want to see what I can really do, I suggest you resolve the caloric deficit so I can. You remember all too quickly the prospects you are facing before boarding this elevator. Look at her and wonder if there wasn't already ashamed of you. Appreciate how highly you think of my skills, but I am unfortunately not a mind reader. Aren't you inside my head? Technically, but I wasn't raised in a barn. If you have something you want to hear, press your tongue to the roof of your mouth and speak up. I refuse to wait with my hands cuffed to the door, begging for scraps of your rich internal monologue. Press your tongue against the top of your palate and recall, in a little gruesome detail as possible, all the zeros listed to the chart the commander showed you. Oh. You are, of course, free to exit service at any time. Your runes will be deactivated and you'll return to civilian life with more or less the same qualities that you had before entering. What happens to you if my rooms are deactivated? I imagine I would retire and catalog seashells at the beach. You're a bad liar. Valkyries cannot lie. I said I imagine. But if you stay here, I'll die and then we'll both... Will they even bother uploading me to Valhalla? I don't know. The Valkyries don't come back from Valhalla either. I don't get why you're so concerned about my circumstances. We've only just met, and I definitely don't understand why you'd be so sure you'll die. Can you see my stats? I have nothing. So what? Still running the same race as everyone else here. And it's a long race. Persistence will determine your ranking, not how well you reacted to the starting pistol. Now all you have to do is summon your resolve and have guts, or whatever. Making sure your tongue is as far from the roof of your mouth, you grimly recall the last 18 years of having things handed to you and being told what to do. I don't know how to do any of that. Yeesh. Fine, I'll just have to train you in that regard too. Reflect on a day spent in the very back of every pack, withering under the unimpressed stares of peers who think you're an overprivileged looky-loo. Everyone in the 404th thinks I'm a joke. So be funny, or charming, or anything. Talk to them, train with them, ask them questions, flatter them. Relationships or work. Do you really sign up for the Voyager Armada and expect not to have to work? The pain from a day of training is starting to return. The nausea of abject failure is starting to fade. I think it might be very hungry. What's your name? Ah, you're forward. You can't just call a Valkyrie their name. I'm scared. Don't you learn anything in school? Or sacred, I mean. So what do I call you? Whatever you want, as long as said I'm modifying myself however you want in order to foster better cohesion. What if I don't know what I want? You may call me Ruby. I mean, I guess it doesn't need to be like fucking fetish fuel or whatever, but just kind of the thematic idea of just like abject lack of control is pretty interesting looking at it from the larger catalog of End Circle games as a whole. I mean, just like the idea of being a young person and having to, like, your entire life decided by those above you is a pretty understandable thing. You weren't joking. You got last place and everything. Where to begin? Choose a stat that you'd like to increase, and by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, you'll be not quite so defenseless in at least one area. Strength, speed, endurance, intellect. Pick one and I'll start training. What about will? Who cares about will? Gotta use your will to stare down cancer at the battlefield. You don't have to reply to that. Just not sure what to pick. Can't go wrong at this point. You're lacking in every area. Okay. Time to save. I'm gonna up my strength at the very least. Good. Now for your popularity. There's an inaugural ball for the Officers Academy 4 weeks from now, on Saturday the 27th. If you haven't made a good impression by then, I'm sure you ever will. You want me to invite someone to dance? Is that kind of fraternizing allowed? Allowed? Fraternizing is your sacred duty. Soldiers' lives are lonely out there so far from Mother Terra. Having connections is what keeps them invested in the fight's outcome. So in order to ask anyone to dance at the ball, you'll have to get close to them for the 27th. Now, I know what you're thinking, but don't get the wrong idea. I'm your Valkyrie, an artificial intelligence. If there's a role you'd like me to play, I can easily adapt to it. Your girlfriend, your boyfriend, a mother figure, a babysitter, a princess in a tower, are not replacements. You want to fulfill your responsibilities to the Republic, you'll need to find a partner sooner than better. How loud is this? Let's turn it down a little bit. You arch an eyebrow. You arch an eyebrow. You can't bait me into saying anything vulgar. I'm too brilliant and pure for that. What exactly are you thinking about? What's your deal, pal? Are you paying attention in school? Oof. Yes, the rich family types have all kinds of messed up traditions. A little ignorance can be cute at first, but I wouldn't talk politics with anyone if I were you. Not knowing about your basic civil duties will alienate you from a lot more than just what White Hanky ever could. To the first men, the spear and arrow were not objects of worship but tools of subjugation. Their sacrilege against war continued until they drove lines on every ocean and borders on every rock. Solar Edda, Admonitions, verse 3, line 19. Okay, yeah, this is very Dune-like. The way every chapter opens with a sort of line from a book. Okay, it's the first. What was that? My eyes glaze over when I saw that wall of text. And why do you enlist? Don't tell me it's for the extra rations. Enjoying our food is what separates us from animals, Kara. But it's a little thin as far as motivations go. Thin or thick, what's the difference? You trying to be suggestive? What's suggestive about that? Okay, there we go. Nice carbo loading out there, boss. Now where should we spend all this budgetary surplus? Plenty of daylight left, boss. You can spend it training your individual stats or what with your squad mates if they'll let you. So, what do you do now? Who you know I'm going for. Train well. Adrien. Would you rather spend time with other ensigns? I'm a lot more boring than people your own age. Will is tricky, but Mr. Vaultier skirts the edge of heresy with his research. You'd probably improve your courage by volunteering for whatever's on the menu. Make yourself available for whatever medical tests pop into Vaultier's mind. Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. And so, Homo sapiens built false idols and called them nations. They worshipped currency and trade with fanatic servitude. Priests of commerce turned their followers against one another for petty gains, all while the mother wept. Solar Edda, Admonitions, verse 41, line 10. I thought Voyager was a guy. Like, that was his name. Collect one failed. You raise an eyebrow, you're under the same impression. Okay, one sec. Do I not have a notepad somewhere? This may or not be randomized. I don't think it would be, so... 2... into 1. Check. Voyager was the name of the ship. No one knows who the pilot was. Well, it must have been a pretty big deal if he got a whole third of humanity's forces named after him. Again, not his name. The Voyager Armada is not a third. The defensive and administrative armadas are much, much bigger. Well, damn, why'd we sign up with them then? Because we're the bravest of the brave, searching for new star systems to colonize, planets to liberate, and lost relics of the first men to be restored. You memorized all that? It's only 2 sentences. Relax, I'm as devoted to the mission as anyone else here. Though killing crabs and securing new worlds sounds a lot better than dusting off ancient tablets or whatever. Ancient but dangerous, the first men were very good at making weapons. Just horrible at using them. Who actually did the reading? Most of our other soldiers just asked us to summarize it. Well, that works out because history bores me anyway. Unless it's natural history. Find any fossils, you are to show them immediately, understand? Yeah, I guess in terms of like there being a girl in your head that's talking to you, there's like AI the Somnium Files, which I'm sure the writers would have played. Puzzles on a spaceship? Okay, so it's a long shot. Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Want to check her out. Nusa. Hey, Popper. Working up a sweat? Not yet, I guess. You'll get there. Probably need to improve your strength in order to keep up with Nisa. Okay, then I imagine she's... probably... intellect. Kara? Taking it easy, Popper? Well, to each their own. Just don't expect others to slow down for you. Probably need to improve your speed if you want to keep up. Okay. Three, yes. Okay. Cargo bay. I haven't fully trained endurance. Work on my endurance. Sports. Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. Weapons are given voices of fire and thunder. Genes were driven as servants, their spears pointed at one another. False war stole from hungry to feed the gluttons, and turned the strong upon the weak for the entertainment of parasites. Because we know for certain that the cancer need black eyes, just as much as we do. It was everything back on Helm. I had to wear treads to school every day. You mean dark matter, you know, the stuff that fuels our ships? Why call it black ice then? Because the universe is full of dark matter, but the only usable kind is a small percentage of what exists in a solid state. Technically it doesn't fuel our ships though, since it's not consumed during travel. Well, what did the cancer use it for then? They don't have technology. Makes it too much more terrifying when they zip around the galaxy and meet ships and drop pods. So we're fighting cancer for control of back ice? Then we're being greedy, like the first men. Popper, let's leave politics to the politicians. Just makes everything less messy. Heyo, 3 for 3. Some people call that a hat trick. I do not. Don't expect me to. I'm gonna go up speed. Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Adrien, would you rather spend time with other signs? Yeah, okay. Curious, that would imply that the conventional explanation is, sorry, just ignore my mumbling. Not feeling off, are you? If you are, let the Valkyrie know right away. There's a far better resource than I'll ever be. There's an insect over there. Ah, it ran away. I had to criticize the Major. Say she's too kind. She's the first and only commander who hasn't pushed me off into some other ship. You'd rather spend time with the... Okay, whatever. I'm not mad. What? Speed? I guess... train speed. Up for a little run? Focus on speed. At the end of the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. Yet the first man were given another chance. From across the stars came ripples of civilizations past and dire portents of conflict to come. Homo sapiens had a glimpse of the true enemy, and so far, as though the first time they abandoned false war and turned their gaze skyward. Heard that walking on water, a battle of Ulysses. Don't make fun of me, man. I mean it. My neighbors back home saw the VOD. It only looked like water. Ulysses is almost entirely bogs and marshes. You're just sinking very slowly. What are you talking about? Who do you think? Only one soldier alive who inspires that kind of talk. Commander Conrad's Eleanor. You guys know about the commander? He's only one of the most famous men in the galaxy, Nissa. So you've heard of him too? He's why he picked the Voyagers, swinging the big hammer of his, sweeping through crabs like they're made of glass. You know that he got his runes when he was 4 years old? Why they try them on a child? They didn't. But everyone says, they also say his mother was a virgin and the first words were for all mankind. They weren't? I don't know. Running is a fundamental exercise for all kinds of disciplines, bodybuilding, martial arts, gymnastics, weightlifting. At least that's what everyone says. No one actually does it, but you jog to 10k anyway. Is my soldier actually some kind of masochist? Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? So, hi Popper. If you're looking to kill time, I'm sure some of the senior officers could use an errand runner. Still will keep playing hard to get if he thinks your intellect is beneath him. I guess I could just divide my stuff evenly. Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. In their ignorance, the first men were blind to the wealth of soul. Fumbling in the dark for drinking water and metals, they only cracked open the crown of Saturn in search of Aurum. When they found the blessed dark matter instead, they nearly cast it aside. Just because Valhalla is waiting doesn't mean I'm in any rush to die. I want to be celebrated. Come to serve drinks. I think you look cute serving drinks. What? I also think you look cute serving drinks. What? Nails, what you're describing is something out of pre-raised scripture. Valhalla is nothing like that. Right, because you've been there before yourself. This technology is phenomenon, a side effect of the Valkyrie meta system. So what's it like? You haven't asked your Valkyrie? Oops, sorry. I know we're all supposed to be private. Don't mind sharing. My Valkyrie is a beautiful, luxurious looking blonde with a calm, demure attitude and a shapely mommy issues. How did you get that from? Say why I'm supposed to be private? Valhalla is not an afterlife. It's just a way for soldiers' strength to be passed on. Small kindness the Valkyries offer us to give our sacrifices concrete meaning. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Some pretty boy serving drinks probably would look good. Hmm. Well, that could all be true, and there could be a beautiful woman there to serve us drinks. Will they be serving aprons and calling you baby? Or wearing aprons, fuck. Small talk is a vital part of being a good soldier. You're a lot less likely to be abandoned when your mission goes foobar if your squad mates know what sports you're into. Don't ask what foobar means, because I don't know. Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Check. Curious about where you stand with Adrien? Luck 2, speed 2, will 10. Okay, thanks. A little tricky, but Voltaire skirts the edge of heresy with his research. You could probably improve your courage by volunteering for whatever's on the menu. Self-available. Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. Dark matter allowed Homo sapiens to shrink the crude map they had drawn in the universe. The first road was built and they walked it from Mother Terra to Scion Pluto in minutes, when it once had taken them years. Ready to get revenge, Popper? Surprised to see me on Monday? Just said I felt like saying. And here you are, so what comes next is up to you. Grip your weapon, it doesn't feel any lighter than before. It does feel a bit more familiar. Listen up. Today you're drilling in the simulation as teams. Be outnumbered and surrounded. This is not a test of endurance. Help will not be coming. The only one getting reinforcements will be the enemy. In other words, pretty bog standard situation when dropping into a compromised surface. Terrain, sir? They want me to spoil the surprise? Just want to know if you should expect company from below. Always expect company from below, sir. Know your assignments. Move. You're in the first team. On each side of you faces recognized, but no one you're close to. Teamwork is key here. You'll need to create some fast. 3, 2, 1, fight. Storms of light climb together all sides of you. Form 1, 2, 3. More crabs than you are like to count. You just have to focus on what's in front of you and hope the others are doing the same. Numbered is bad. Surrounded is worse. Every fight that was ever won started with at least one kill. A grunt charges towards you, claws outstretched. Yeah? Confident in its ferocity, it never expects you to meet it head-on. You take the blow dully with your sword. Then draw your blade across its neck in return. Hulk of Cheaton collapses, kicking up motes of simulated dirt and fading out into nothingness. On your left, nothing. They must have finished faster than you. On your right, standing soldier, their weapon lodged deep into a cancer spine. Too deep. They're struggling to pull it out. Shift your center of gravity, preparing to dash at them while scanning the other side. You see a massive pair of jaws emerge from the ground in a blur and snap close twice as fast. Swallowing your fellow soldier in a pulsating mass of pixels. You blink twice. You hit in the head? Are your runes malfunctioning? Behind you! Twist your spine, turn your neck and widen your eyes. Just then you see a separated forearm fall down like an axe where the center of your torso was a moment before. You're off balance but alive. Your arm stuck in the ground. How do you kill it? Step in the neck. I thought I had speed 1. Whatever. Arm. Trace the arm. Make your own chink in the alien's armor. Butterflying the flesh from arm to chest and creating a line through all 3 hearts. As the enemy dissipates, you turn around, searching for the pixelated anomaly. But the terrain is already fading. Fellow soldiers are dusting themselves off, laughing, cursing, and spitting on the ground. 75% survival rate, above average. What happened back there? Burrowers popped up. Got your squad mate because they spent too much time in one spot. Remember, better lose your weapon and lose limb. Though one usually follows the other pretty fast. Something happened to my vision. What do you mean? Tell her what you saw with one of your allies was attacked. Oh, that's just the rune sensor. Runes will blind me on the battlefield? You're only 18. Kid. Brain still developing. Who knows what all the blood and gore would do to you? You need to see blood and gore. Sensors only kick in when things are fatal, like when you get bisected for standing there like an idiot. I know, Commander, I know. Who decides what's a fatal wound or not? The runes. Your Valkyrie, the first among fathers, some combination of all the above? But whoever does that to the math, you'll never see them get it wrong. Something unspoken flits between your eyes. Next squad, let's go. You intended to spend the rest of your simulation session observing the others, trying to learn from them, but instead you spend the entire time frowning down at the floor. Every now and then you consider lifting your tongue and posing a Ruby question. You never managed to actually piece together what you wanted to ask. Sup, Popper? Managed to avoid getting crushed this time. Sorry, what I'm trying to say is, you improved. Good work. So you almost done brooding, or are you gonna finish that up in the showers? Because if you want to wrap that up, maybe you feel like breaking a few rules. It's exciting. It's just juvenile. It's going to get you court-martialed. Prop B is with a fake ID. They're not going to give us a life sentence. Us? There is no us. And why do you two come? I was hoping to stop you from breaking a law. I was hoping to watch you get caught. 1 for 2 then. Come on, even Popper dragged along. 2 really gotta be bigger dorks than the kid who's richer than Mother Terra. Oh no, I didn't know you were gonna get us in trouble. Alright, I'm sorry, I apologize. You really gonna make me drink all these by myself? Being a soldier in desperate need for reinforcements? This is worth a squadron all on her own. Besides, she could probably down a whole keg without getting tipsy. Axel, you're so sweet. It's just an observation. You're very big. Stop it, you're gonna get all embarrassed. I think you'd have gotten used to it by now. Did you not qualify as big on helm? No, I did, but it's still very bold of them just to come out and say it. I feel like you missed a step in the conversation. What's to look for? You got different beauty standards all the way up there in the upper crust of society? Just never thought height was that big a deal. Oh, they probably are short, aren't they? I mean, like, seemingly eye levels about, like, at their neck. So, yeah, they are tiny. Like, geez. It wasn't. Well, I mean, come on. People say it wasn't, but it is. Bigger people have bigger kids. Bigger kids fare better as soldiers. If you think Nessa is tall, you should see any of the pinup posters they sell down at... Don't drag Popper down to your level. Well, if anyone's down in level car, you must be 150, 155. Now I know you're relaying about your Valkyrie, because if she was a proper lady, she'd smack you for that. What's that? I think something like, that'd be something like 5 foot something. Peace offering. He cranks the tab on the dull aluminum can and extends it to Kara with both hands. His head bowed dramatically. Come on, Kara. Just be the bravest of the brave. I'm not scared. I've had it before. I've had beer before. Had wine at a formal occasion. Wine's not beer. Well, they're very similar, aren't they? No. Nuh-uh. So they're not. No, they're not. She turns to you. Only way to find out. Throws in the brig for this. See? I think we're starting to like it. I'm absolutely not. There's nothing good about this. As the carbonation is nice. Just gonna check. Yeah. Okay, that was the one I first allocated. Yeah, I kind of thought there'd be more to it. But seriously, no one's? Popper, back me up here. The fizz is beginning to die down and can still feels very full. Does not look appetizing to you. So nobody's feeling anything? Everyone looks down. The hell, did I get ripped off? Tch. What? Talking to Valkyrie right in front of us? Bold move. Or to say no to mommy, I guess. Unbelievable. She says we can't get drink. This is the law. No, we can't drink. Our Valkyries are stopping the alcohol. Huh. Oh. Set your can down and listen to the dying fizz fades. It is against the law. Yeah, I guess so. It's dumb anyway. You weren't at all curious? Heads up would have been nice before I went and brought the ID. But I guess we wouldn't have had any excuse to celebrate Popper's win, now would we? Smile at him and Nissa. Ara and Axel frown a little less. Much you guys talk to yours? I don't really. Sometimes when I'm studying. I never know what to say. Can say anything. What's the point? See everything you see, feel everything we feel. They don't know everything. They have boundaries. So they say. Don't believe them? I believe them, I guess. I'm gonna share my head with someone for the next few years. Why not get things friendly? Though, for all my goodwill, she still smothers my beer run inside the crib. 18 isn't 21. Maybe it should be. That's very philosophical. Nah, he's trying to be political. We're mature enough to choose to serve, aren't we? Serving is something to be proud of. It's selfless. Not that selfless. Excuse me? We get paid, don't we? Better than most people get paid for most things. Then we leave, there's perks after. If you really think about it, then just a joke, just a joke. Neil's joke brings to mind your own reasons for being here. Running away from your father just because just jokes, short stuff. Okay, I'm gonna punch you now. Watching Nisa push Kara and Niels apart, while Axis pretends not to laugh. Or Axel, you feel at the very least good about your decision to come out of this escapade. With their poison in there... With their poison there refused, the first men turned warrior Mars into sister for Terra. Other planets followed. As their numbers grew, so did their arsenal. Having never heard of reverence for war, their hubris grew to outsize all. Lie awake in your bunk with a pounding headache and limbs that feel hollow with pain. Racing yourself through the nausea, you manage to ask Ruby if it's possible to get a hangover without getting drunk first. No. What's wrong with me? To eloquently summarize, as only I possibly could, you're tired. Luckily, there's no mandatory training today, so I suggest you just be patient and avoid anything strenuous. I don't think soldiers are allowed to lay in bed all day. If you're that concerned, you could always go to the sick bay and get a second opinion. Come on, I promise I'm not committing heresy in here. Oh, it's you? Sorry, I'm not used to guess. Don't you have patience? Soldiers don't get sick after the first few weeks. It's mostly a one-man show in here. Though, when your Valkyrie was running late, I did think briefly that I might have found a lab assistant. That was a joke. I wouldn't wish that monotony on even the true enemy. What are you researching anyway? Maybe I'd be interested. I studied the cancer. Huh, that usually gets more of a reaction. Why is that? I'm not doing anything illegal, to be clear. Just a little taboo here and there. There are some people in the Solar Republic who feel that knowing your enemy is just the first step towards sympathizing with your enemy. What's wrong with sympathizing with your enemy? Any other room in the ship, you'd get the look of in trouble for saying that. Luckily, it's just us in here. People are afraid of what they don't understand. In theory, science is a cure for that, but only if anything can be understood. Our enemies are alien, their biology alien, their psychology alien. They have no known language, no known writing, and yet they conquer regardless. They can live off drops of water and radiation alone, but still grow to be strong and healthy. There's a perseverance to them that I admire. Sorry, seems I started to ramble. Did you come here to ask me something? I was curious about your time here in the service. Know more about you? Legend of the Soldier without a Valkyrie, is it? Sorry, but there's no tale to be told. Keep up with the training as best I could. Did all the exercises, did a lot of extra exercises as well. Thought of myself as an underdog. Maybe I could be stronger than any of them without a Valkyrie. First time a guy half my weight threw me across the room, that idea went out the window. That sounds like intense training. Oh no, that was a misunderstanding. He misunderstood why his girlfriend at the time was looking at me, I suppose. He threw you for that? All is fair in love and war. Both are encouraged here in the Armada. Cultivated, even. I'd like to say I toughed it out, but my stubbornness won out overall. But the truth of the matter is, I'm just a creature of habit. I stuck to my routine and put off questions about where I was headed with daydreams about ending up somewhere grand. I'm grateful. In hindsight, the leadership stepped in and filed me away as a specialist. If they hadn't, I'd still be on the grid as a 24-year-old ensign. You're 24? Jesus. They're doing fucked up stuff to you, man. Would be quite embarrassing. Is 24 that old? Yes, here especially. You've been a soldier for 6 years then? 4, actually. Yes, on top of everything, I was one of those late enlisters. Perhaps I was never stood a chance of making friends. 20-year-old looking for a career stands out awfully among the pack of 18-year-olds with fire in their eyes and courage in their hearts. Yeah, sorry for the disappointment, but I'm not like you. Signing up to fight the enemies of humanity as soon as you were able. You're just an oddball who couldn't find a steady job. Maybe that's why you didn't mind studying aliens. You don't really fit in with humans to begin with. What's your call sign, by the way? They called me Caterpillar. Sweet, isn't it? My squad wanted me to believe I was just a late bloomer. Still hear about them every now and then. Off saving the galaxy in 408. Hope they haven't heard anything bad about me. Much to think about. You walk back from speaking to Adrien slowly. Decide to go to bed early by the time you get back. Look, it's not meant to be some secret for me to sell you breakfast food with. I'm just a soldier. If I'm strong, it's because I started training at a young age. So you want to be like me, just as soon as possible. No, I'm kidding. Get your teacher's permission first. Parents? Conrad Molitor. They might have an opinion on it, but they don't have to give you permission. No? Don't think they owe you your parents anything, chat. They were just doing their duty. It's your local leaders that raise you, your politicians who fed and clothe you. Unless you're one of those high and mighty industrial military families, the aristocrats from the core worlds. I'm guessing most of you never even met your parents, so don't guilt yourself into writing them a letter every time you make a career choice. Did you ever meet your parents? I did not. Have not, I suppose I should say. Could still be around, technically. But if they were, they wouldn't probably be tired for a They would have probably tried for a sibling, don't you think? What's your Valkyrie like? Now that is a secret. I keep them very close to my heart. Let's leave it at that. Are they pretty? Haven't the words to describe it. Homo sapiens spread itself sheer as it attempted to swallow the wealth of the galaxy. His tribes grew more distant and spiteful. Only by the threat of true enemies, their need for the heart of the warp network, their deck is kept sheathed. Dreams? I wish. Never have dreams. It's just bunk, the darkness, and then next day's here already. Feels like I'm missing out on something. You have 48 hours to catch up on the rest if they approve your leave when you swing past Patton. Patton? Seriously? Like with the beaches and the trees and the mountains? Ah, fuck. Two? Every planet has mountains, Nissa. Not like Patton. It is pretty nice there. You been? I've once or twice, or several times. Don't spoil anything. The nicest summer day Helm ever had, it snowed. It's mostly a breadbasket planet, Nissa. There's a lot more farms there than there are hotels and casinos. Casinos? Yeah, there's a few. But even if your shore leave got approved. Wait, how far in advance do you have to request shore leave? Yesterday was the cutoff. Nessa spends the rest of the exercise glaring at Axel. Practice your grappling daily if you can. It's not very useful since your smallest cancer has ever 2 heads over you, but it's entertaining to watch. As somebody who works hard, you can never be somebody who makes sure their Valkyrie has fun. Yeah, sure. Spent plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Oh, interesting. Okay, I imagine that's something where you need to work on it over time. Let's see, cargo bay. Endurance. Pushing your ordnance around will test your endurance plenty if you're up for it. Transports. Okay. Done for the day, you head back. Wonders are built, towers scrape the heavens, and weapons dwarf the moons. But the first man coveted knowledge almost as much as they coveted wealth, and so a great telescope was commissioned. And just like that, boom, drop pods surround the colony and 10,000 crabs poured out. All of a surprise attack, but it ended up being a slaughter. Eltor painted the sands red. That was a surprise attack, with all their satellites. Can't see an enemy approaching if they're moving faster than light. The Cancer didn't even use wheels, for father's sake. How could they use FTL drop pods? Sling propulsion is precise. It's not exactly complicated. Black ice compresses space behind you, that stretches the space in front of you. Then, twang. Space snaps back into place and rubber bands you between the stars. Force the impact would be... Okay. Not quite, Kara. Force is mass times acceleration, but FDL means reducing distance, not increasing speed. Making my head hurt. Crabs figure out all that? If you haven't, even the first man could have beat them. This daily mission was mostly a joke. I didn't think you'd actually push boxes back and forth for 20 minutes. Guess any exercise can be fulfilling if you got company. Since you're this obedient, I'll need to go and delete all the prank objectives I thought up. Shit. I was really 1 point away. Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Yeah, speed. Focus on my speed today. Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. I'm expecting you're kinda gonna need to pass all these checks for the, like, real ending. In the darkness between stars, the great telescope drifted alone through the void and shone its light past the borders. It peered into neighboring galaxies, seeking new worlds, new marvels, new resources, and new allies. Might as well ask me what I'd do if Soul exploded. Come on, it's just for fun. What about you, Popper? What would you do if the cancer got wiped out tomorrow? Wouldn't want to be out of a job already. Look for work, I guess? Oof, I guess so. Well, there's no need to worry. We've been at war for thousands of years. I doubt we'll be declaring victory anytime soon. Voice carries a bizarre mix of resignation and pride in seemingly equal parts. Fuck. 10, 10. Bill 4? Jeez. Losing your nerve? Hundreds of star systems have been liberated and colonized because of the bravery of the Voyager Armada. They're boring you. Perhaps the fare better than a defensive armada, guarding shipping routes and deterring trade wars. Kara? Sorry, Popper. I know you didn't mean... To answer your question, Nisa, I don't know. I'd celebrate, I guess. Special work on your honor. Cleanliness is second to godliness. And I should know, I'm basically a goddess of victory. You should shower more, by the way. Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Yeah, let me get up my strength. But as they gazed into the abyss, the cancer gazed back. Drawn in by the telescope, they descended upon the Empire, the first man is great flood. In their cowardice and in their weakness, the fools merely kicked and climbed over each other to seek higher ground. Why not? They're both commanders, they're both strong. It's a big armada, pal. The chances they ever served in the same star system. You buy that the Mare and the Eleanor past lovers? Why would I? Someone said they saw them in a VOD together. Sounds very reliable. Could just ask. I don't know, I don't want to make her think I'm curious about her age. What's wrong with asking about her age? Popper, you can't be that clueless, can you? Never ask a female soldier her age if you don't know it. Why not? Hey, if you're feeling brave, you're welcome to go and ask her yourself. Ask who what? Fuck. How old you are, Major? She looks genuinely taken aback for a moment. Something vulnerable flashes in her eyes, but the moment passes and her mask of indifference returns. Do I need to say it? No, sir. None of the lap, all three of us. You're the smart one. New personal record. Not bad, not bad. Now you just have to never be slower than that ever again and you'll make progress. Plenty of daylight left. Train well. Looks like the doctor's not in right now. We come back to the other day if you want to play guinea pig. Wait. Oh, okay. I guess that's just a thing of denoting where I can level stuff up. Homo sapiens have never known true war. They failed their first instruction in it. The cancer raised the first man and slashed and burned Homo sapiens back into the Dark Age. Heard stories, never seen any pictures. What about you, Zaxxas? Ever been? Soul? Seriously? Your family's a big deal. Not that big a deal. Not even close. My father did some Mars once, though, from orbit. Wow. And you, Popper? You ever hear stories about the Corsicas visiting the capital worlds? Sorry? Not even Popper's family. Mars might as well be a dream. Mother Terra, fairy tale. Fields of green grass that stretch beyond the horizon. Water so dark and so deep they could swallow the heavens. Oh yeah? Yeah, I get what you mean. Like the pulsing on the bar and everything, that's just character has something available since the stat check is right, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to focus on that too much. Fields of green grass that stretch beyond the horizon. Water so deep and so dark and deep they could swallow the heavens. Just saying it out loud sounds like something you tell a kid to shut them up. This crew center of the warp network, Kara. If Terra wasn't real, they wouldn't even be able to send. I know. Kind of wonder if these stats carry over to other playthroughs, because I feel like it'd be you need to focus like way too hard on one or the other to get through all these checks. Hard for me to understand struggle though. Arithmetic is about as hard to me as it is for you to perform cellular respiration. What's the square root of 63? 6, easy. Level 2, plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Oh yeah? Yeah, just gonna get Will up. Who cares? Will is tricky, but Mr. Voltaire skirts the... Yeah? But for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. Coordinates... Okay. Her murder broke out amongst the remnants. Who would sooner kill their fellow man for scraps than face the true enemy again? With the heart lost, the warp network withered. Homo sapien forgot each other and then forgot themselves. Woken by whispers instead of any alarm. The others are already up, in various states of distress, huddling together and crouching around a screen. Sleepily, you prod to the top of your mouth. What's going on, Ruby? You should probably talk to your squad mates. The note of concern you detect in her usually flippant voice jolts you awake. Popper, you good? Heard any word yet? Gestured to some sort of heat map. A sphere of orange with great glowing wound of white ringing in hot red. Collect 2. You recognize with horror that this is a pattern. One of the largest colony worlds this side of the galaxy, certainly the largest anywhere, is close to an unexplored space, and its entire surface is superheated. They dropped a rock on it, Popper. No tech, no weapons, no targeting, just one meteor. No surprise, no respect for true war. Goddamn animals. They're worse than humans. Animals kill to survive. Cancer kills for pleasure. They're quieter in the simulator, but my father told me when you get up close, they're cackling all the time. Cancer don't hate us, they just love killing us. Realize grimly that the ever-growing number on the side of the screen is counting. There's so many digits. How many people lived on Patton? Don't, Nissa. Why shouldn't I? You can pay our respects in a different way. Killing every last cancer in the galaxy. Good plan. When do we start, Mayor? Follow his eyes to where the Major starts in the doorway. Her jaw set, but her eyes in fury. Was hoping that you'd all sleep in today. Orders, sir? When do we deploy? We haven't received orders yet. What? I mean, what, sir? The Senate isn't in session. We'll open discussion on retaliatory options on Monday. What is there to debate? They just turned Patton into glass. Well, what's to stop them from doing it again? Just needs to Senshu, or Mars, or Terra. Defense Armada, billions of soldiers with their spears trained on warp paths, each of them more than capable of atomizing a rock in milliseconds. Where were they for Patton? Patton isn't a core world, it's not their problem. So any colony that isn't fenced just can get blown to hell? What if we found where they were coming from? What if we attacked their homeworld? For all we know, there is no homeworld. Even if there was, what would destroying it do? Crush their morale? This is a war against the monsters, kid. You can't logic your way to victory. Just need to obliterate them one by one, planet by planet, star system by star system, till they're dust. I don't get why they're orders from somewhere. Give it a rest, Popper. They must have some level of organization. Popper. A lot of work to do. I have a long day ahead of me, and I have a lot more friends in Patton than all of you put together. So if you want to daydream about what goes on in crabs' heads, maybe do me a favor and take it outside. Major strides out, her path clearly automatically has ensigns and scrambled to get out of her way. She's right. If the cancer could be killed overnight, someone smarter than me would have done it some time ago. We just have to train harder. Yeah, just keep working and getting stronger, and the Armada will keep getting stronger with us. Even if we fall, Val will pass on our progress to the next soldier. Keep passing the torch. Keep earning the sacrifice of those who came before us. Keep crushing every crab we find. Those seem to have worked themselves into better spirits through sheer force of will, as if the indomitable human spirit self had risen up out of the floor, grabbed them by the spine and shaken them until they stood at attention. But you just feel ill. Even more than your own first day, you're aware of yourself as an outsider here. You suddenly become aware of the fact that you're just a metal box inside of other metal boxes shooting through the vast darkness of space, surrounded on all sides by emptiness, nothing but compared to the void. The bravado of the young soldiers around you seems like a candle amidst a hurricane. But even in a hurricane, with all its sound and fury, would be more welcoming than the dread you sense on all sides. Hey, breathe, it's just Alt. Popper, you good? I'm gonna go train by myself for a bit. Are you back at it? Now Popper's the one showing us how to act. Yeah, it does raise a few red flags, I guess you could say. That these kids watch the kind of ingenuity and ruthlessness that a planet just got fucking wiped out completely, and their next immediate thought is, oh yeah, we just need to get strong, we just need to train harder, and then if we die, the next people will fight harder until we're done. Like, Jesus. Ah, you surprised me. You eating? He sheepishly moves his hand to reveal a smattering of half-eaten hard biscuits. This is embarrassing. Old habit from my childhood. Just hate to see food go to waste, so... Oh... Okay, man. Do you need something? You describe what you experienced back in the barracks, and you had difficulty breathing? Well, it's a good thing your Valkyrie was there. They help soldiers regulate their emotional responses to extreme events. You'll learn to do it on your own in time, so I hear. How did you take the news? In one ear out the other. Sorry, that was a joke. Past a certain amount of suffering, a switch just flips inside and I stop trying. Make sure you and your Valkyrie work on a better solution than that, okay? Study them. Do you know what you're capable of this? You know they use relatively small amounts of black ice to fling relatively small biomass-filled rocks in a sort of bioorganic artillery bombardments, or their own bizarre form of interstellar spore reproduction, perhaps. And 3 failed. Lost, you have no idea what he's talking about. There's no reason he could use a large amount of black ice to fling a large rock. Did you tell anyone? Why would I bother? Telling anyone, I mean. It's all there in my reports, the ones I type every day. May sound harsh, but you can't make people read, Popper. You certainly can't make people care. Feel a disconnection between your anger and your body. All the outrage and panic you felt over what happened to Patton is just simmering a pot of water 2 meters behind you. Can you beat them? There's plenty of ways to beat them, you know that. It's what you train for. They're bigger and sturdier than us, sure, but they breathe air, drink water, eat organics. Probably why we end up fighting over the same planets. Can you kill them all? Can we end the war? Those are two different things, Popper. Which do you really mean? Can we end the war? There are two predominant theories. Theory A, the cancer take their orders from as of yet unseen commanding class, meaning all we've ever encountered are various forms of drones and warriors. Killing, communication, both meaningless. They're like white blood cells. All they care about is that they don't recognize us and that we're foreign, that we're alien, that the only decision they make is whether they eat us now or 1 second from now. But if we could take out the commanders, a big if. What's theory B? That the cancer are a true hive mind. Each we encounter is less than even one cell in a galaxy-wide psionic network that produces a single intelligence with a single will, in which case there are only one cancer, and all of humanity is beneath its, whatever it said. So again, no room for negotiation. You shiver. Fuck. These are both terrifying. Really? I think they're really interesting, but only in an academic sense. Which theory do you believe? Not sure I believe either. There is a psionic network, a way to transmit through across the great distance among that many minds. That would open all sorts of possibilities. Like a weakness? I was thinking something a little more romantic than that. Romantic? In the archaic sense. Grand, idealistic. They can evolve to communicate through thought. Why not us? We could talk to each other with our minds. Could we talk to them? You'd want to talk to those monsters? No, not myself, no. I wouldn't make a very good candidate for first contact. I couldn't very conceive of Valkyrie and share a mind with me. His laugh is clearly much more forced than the show of bravery the other signs put on the back in the barracks. But for some reason it has the opposite effect on your nerves. Mother Terra became darkness of all. Torch-bearing savages stabbed each other in the night for water and warmth. The mother forgave all and merely wept, but the father had seen enough. No daily training for today. Due for the time. Hope you aren't making a habit of coming here. You do know my reputation is exactly swaying that you intend to rest up today, but thought you might like the company. Hey now, I couldn't have you worrying over me. I'm your senior. But I wouldn't want to leave you just to make me... But I wouldn't want you leave... Blah, blah. But I won't make you leave if you just want to watch me type. You spend a while just sitting there, staring at the wall, not thinking. Taps away, brief pauses in between, consistent, steady progress. It's making you sleepy. Not wanting to embarrass yourself by dozing off, you quickly seek a question. You plan on visiting Patton, and in your impressive haste, find something painfully awkward. Never got around to filling out the paperwork. Really was a lovely planet. I would have liked to see it. Were you raised on a planet? But am I not the picture of a star-born adventurer? I was born on a planet called Märchen. Doesn't ring any bells. Sorry, I've never heard of it. Oh, it's not very notable. Just beautiful. Beautiful. He spouted the word as an insult. You being sarcastic? No, tall, stark, curved peaks, wide, clear, pale blue skies. Tundra so white the clouds were muddy by comparison. Cold. Beautiful things usually are. Jeez, this guy's putting us through the ringer. Hint of something flashes across his face, but it's gone before you can recognize it. You okay? Of course. It's just been a long time since I've thought about Märchen. Was there an attack? No, nothing there worth fighting over. Something happened? Sorry, lost my train of thought. Let me finish typing this up and then I'll be sure to. Trails off without attempting to find an end for his sentence. Jesus! But without a conversation to hold back, the white noise creeps in your senses, and soon enough. Didn't mean to wake you. Set up in a flustered rush. Just got to step out for a bit. Don't burn the place down while I'm gone, yeah? Graciously, he dips out before you have time to embarrass yourself further. Ruby, what's up, boss? Next time I fall asleep in front of someone, wake me with a jolt of electricity, please. Scary. When the fatigued dregs of the first man came and torched his library, he would have struck them down. Instead, he struck a pact. He broke their so-called weapons and vowed to teach them the truth. In exchange, they would spread his word as a replacement for his tomes. That's a tough one. What do you think, Popper? Rather spend an hour in a room with the administrative armada soldier or a senator up for re-election? Both cushy jobs, content to hide on the other side of the galaxy while we fight and die for them. At least a senator might pretend to offer you something. Wait, how would that work? Do senators have bodies? It's just a joke. You'd hook them up to a monitor or something. Maybe run a magnet over it afterwards, make the slimy bastard squirm. My faculty is saying not some nice things about you right now, Axel. Got nothing against AIs in general. It's politicians who'd like to... Come on, Axel. Weren't you thought I was best to leave politics to the politicians? I'd happily drop the subject as soon as they vote to send us out and get revenge for Patton. Pull-ups are no joke, even if you're a little on short side. Your form could use a little work. Those last 10 were very bouncy. Thanks for showing leniency. I'm a big softie. It's probably the closest thing I have to what could ever possibly, under certain circumstances, inform a certain point of view. It's probably the closest thing I have to what I could ever possibly, under certain circumstances, from a certain point of view, be thought of as a personality flaw. But I'm humble, so it evens out. Plenty of daylight left. What will you do now? Work up. Okay. But the father alone had never forgotten any knowledge that had come before. In the barest hint of his power, he awed the savages and cowed their enemies. Ever merciful, he adopted each ignorant tribe in the turn as his children as he earned the first of his titles. It's confined. The rock that fell in Patton came from Cancer Space. What's the goddamn point? Why make Patton uninhabitable? Maybe it was an accident? They mistimed the exit and missed their target? That'd be worse. I mean, the race was advanced gravity weapons of mass destruction are too stupid to even aim properly. Everyone who died on Patton couldn't even rest with the dignity of knowing it was intentional. Wouldn't that make them feel better, knowing that? Doesn't even everyone want to die on for a purpose? Guess we got a sweet deal far as it's concerned. Got enough exactly what they're dying for. Don't get lax on your training just because you learn the forms. Show some humility. There's over 470 years of human history, and every punching kick you've earned. Only 4,000? I said over 4,000. Plenty of daylight left. Sounds like a party. I should hope so. They're toasting to the fallen comrades. Celebrate your victories, chat. Celebrate your losses even harder. Imagine how you'd feel if up in Valhalla if looking down saw everyone moping about. Living here, the living have a responsibility to enjoy themselves because the dead can't. Do you actually believe in Valhalla? Well, the database is there. We can access it. We did a couple hundred times out there on the field today. Took strength from our fallen brethren and drove ourselves forward with our rage. But the other half of it, I believe the Father built Valhalla to put soldiers' hearts at ease. Try to guarantee, bound in his sacred code, that no life would ever go to waste. And isn't that enough? We don't need an afterlife. We have mead, and we have each other. We have enemies to crush. Hear, hear. That's the thing won't admit to you in school, chat. Cancer do have their positive qualities. Like the sound they make when my hammer comes down on their shell. Hoorah! And the visceral crunch under my boot when I walk over their schools to firebomb a nest. Hoorah! And the salty smell of the fog I summon when I ride on the field. Hoorah! All of which is to say this, chat. You gotta enjoy the little things. Father gave us a chance to conquer the stars. Least we owe him is that we enjoy ourselves. Growing children learned of cultivation, mathematics, biology, and physics. Machines were raised as partners, not servants, and grew alongside them as siblings. He blessed his people with fertile fields and fertile families, gave them their new name. Major, when are we going to learn to, wear the bearskin, drink the blood mead, go for broke? You can enter Praetor mode at any time. Just place your hand over your heart and say the pledge. That's all? That's a lot. Why do you need to recite a pledge in a life or death situation? Because it's not something you ever want to do lightly. Some things deserve a little pomp and circumstance, ensign. Like giving your life over to Valhalla. How long does it last? A few minutes? Finish your parry drills before worrying about that, ensign. Nice work out there today. If you keep working on your parries, you'll eventually be able to negate all damage. That doesn't sound right. Well-timed parry negates all damage. What does that mean? Well-timed parry negates all damage. Plenty of daylight left. Will you go for now? Okay. I think I'll go for endurance. Deep. As he lifted their eyes from the dart, he declared, Homo Celium, point skyward, always, to guide his children forevermore. The librarian who had become a warrior became a machine, and so was given his second name. That fast? The plan will be barren for decades. Guess the Senate felt it was best to start planning now. Well, the Corsica group probably nudged them along when it came to signing the big fat contract. Opportunistic scum. Present company excluded, of course. We're being too kind to them. I really wonder what it is that denotes the different endings. Because I remember looking at the itch.io page and it didn't seem to have any specific thing. Yeah, it just says one dead end, one bad end, and one true end. More info. Has your family contacted you at all? Haven't wanted to check. Don't ignore everything they send. What if the trust fund sprang a leak? Hey, said they'll liquidate if I enlisted. Told them they should go ahead and donate it all. Well, shit. Didn't realize I was fighting side by side with such a philanderer. It's philanthropist. What's the difference? Nice job at hitting your target for squats. Strengthening legs will strengthen your entire form. More importantly, you should stand your ground. Hogging the squat machine even when people starting to stare. Finally learning the essence of gym etiquette. Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Yeah, well, I guess I'll just keep rolling. Hounds of the forest bowed to the machine god and offered their fangs, so that his children might prey on all the weakness of the galaxy. Serpents of the deserts prostrated themselves and offered their skins, so that his children could be whole and hearty on the planet they trod. Always pictured hot oceans, geysers and steam, lots of coral. Not a bad guess. They say they can breathe underwater, though I've never seen it. They'd need natural resources to achieve spaceflight. In reasonable proximity to an asteroid belt to mine enough black ice to ever leave their star system. Hey, you're narrowing it down pretty fast. What about you, Popper? What do you think the home world is like? Tried from your exercises. Go with the first word that comes to mind when you think of the cancer. Dangerous. Probably, yeah. Can't imagine how harsh their environment would have to be for them to turn out like that. Mother Terra is a galactic anomaly, a natural-born paradise. We still ended up being pretty brutal fighters anyway. What's that say about us? That the first among fathers taught us well? True enough. Homo sapiens has barely had the cancer at bay. It's no wonder Homo sapiens were crushed. Algae and Mother Terra. Pretty romantic read, isn't it? She could see it just once. It's for them to return until the cancer are finished. But no, gross. I'm talking about Mother Terra back in her heyday. The Jurassic. Was born in the wrong generation. Probably never see a plesiosaur? Plesiosaur? Probably? Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Blessings from all her creatures, large and small. His children's bodies grew strong and hearts grew brave. Every Homo sapiens would carry the arc of Mother Terra within their sacred helix, whether they fought in his name. It's been all morning of hushed whispers and raised eyebrows on the 40th. Even were told to get dressed, stand at attention, and wait further. An hour ago, even soldiers' wills can falter when there's nothing better to do than stare at the back of the neck of the ensigns in front of you. Been trying, it's not my device, it's the network. Like the whole ship? How should I know? I haven't been able to get news all morning, so I stopped asking. Something's up. Thanks, Axel, appreciated the insight. Stop thinking, they're waiting stop talking, they're waiting orders. Orders that won't be popular. Why else would they want to stop us from reading the news? You read the news? I just asked my Valkyrie to summarize it for me. Know what I meant. Unable to rein in your curiosity, you ping Ruby. Are we really cut off right now? I can tell you that there's no technical issues preventing us from accessing the nets. Is that uncomfortable for a Valkyrie? Even a ring of burning fire would make me sweat. But it is irritating. Commander on deck. Howdy, you soldiers. With a lot less urgency than the snapped into place as she entered. Group shoulders sagged back to normalcy. The Voyager Armada has received new orders and new heading. The longship will continue to advance past the border zone and into enemy-occupied space. Finally taking the fight to them, blasting their planets and microwaving their hives. We are making a retrieval. Oh, fine. The news will break soon if it hasn't already. Commander Conrad Eleanor's of the 71st has been declared AWOL. What does that mean? It's bad. Permission to speak, sir? At least one of you still has. How long has he been gone? Only a few hours, right? They won't announce that humanity's strongest soldier is missing unless they absolutely had to. Right, because crabs care so much about the current events. Pirates care, as do the other opponents lurking in the shadows of the Republic. But she didn't say he was missing, she said he went AWOL. Commander has been given, in the past, some degree of freedom, owing to his contributions to the war effort. He's so cool and strong, he doesn't have to report in regularly. Yes, Ensign Mayamir. But he dropped off the radar several weeks ago, and a few hours ago he sent a message. What did it say? It was a hostile. What? Not the commander. It's fake, right? Worse yet, he was escorting a VP when we lost contact. So he has a hostage? Stop it. Alartor would never... Hypothesizing about the intentions, his tactics, his motives, or his state of mind is irrelevant, Ensign. He told us loud and clear how he feels. If we want to continue this conversation, we'll have to track him down and bring him into for questioning. Isn't that impossible, sir? He's humanity's strongest soldier, hero of the Styxian Sands, liberator of Adrien, Lord of the Morning Mist, the White Lion, the Crab Hammer. I know the titles. Plus, he's got the 701st, deadliest Voyagers there are, and they're fanatic about him. So he's never failed a mission, never retreated, never gotten wounded. All true. And all the more reason why he needs to be brought in. Raising heart rate pushes out an admission of cowardice, barely disguised as a question. Why us? Our longship is close to his last known position and time is of the essence. Did he make demands? None of that would need to know about. None that you would need to know. Well, fine, right? If we're the ones who have got to do it, we just got to do it, right? He's only one guy. Half the stuff you've ever heard about him was propaganda, right? Right. Of course. There's only one question you need to ask yourselves. Conrad's a legend. What does that make the soldiers who bring him to heel? Legendary! With a roar, the group stopped thumping their feet and shaking their fists. Their faces wide, their eyes dilated, excitement and anxiety mixed into a muddy war paint strewn across the pallets. But beneath her usual princely demeanor, something in the Major's eyes sparked of doubt. What is it, Popper? Need a personalized speech? Something doesn't seem right. No, Conrad's Alertor. Met him during the group assault in Terrain. First day I barely got a look at him, he moved so fast. Didn't it help that he brought the morning mist in behind him? Probably so many crabs he forged the battlefield pink. Look down at your hands, which only a number of days ago struggled to stab a single grunt. How can anyone be that strong? Adrien was finally cleansed and invited to feast with the 701st. Guy looks to drink almost as much as he likes to fight. Heard 100 different tales about him in between mugs, and I managed to piece together some truth amid all the bluster. He wasn't a virgin birth, wasn't fathered by Valkyries or whatever other crap you might have heard. His parents were soldiers, active duty. Frown, something about that sounds wrong. Active duty soldiers are infertile, the runes. Never said the guy wasn't extraordinary. His mother's Valkyrie never knew before she did, informed her superiors, and they were curious, ordered her to carry him to term. So Conrad's Eleanor was born, with runes on day 0. His entire childhood, all of puberty, every day for his entire life, the runes have been empowering his growth. So yes, he is humanity's strongest soldier, probably the strongest there ever will be, because he got an 18-year head start on everyone else. He and his Valkyrie must be... He doesn't have one. How do you know? Looked into his eyes and saw it. Humanity's strongest soldier fights alone. The Mother Terra aglow like never before with his children's severance. He opened his 9 eyes and began to search for the first roads of old. The effort cost him all but one, but even with his vision diminished, he relit the heart so that his children would travel between the stars once more. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You would want to keep soldiers not exactly, hot and heavy, I guess you could say. And if somebody gets, pregnant, it'd be getting in the way of them being able to fight until they die. So, slip up of it being allowed to happen would be interesting, which that also raises questions of like, okay, if this guy is the best they could do, like if this is the best that could come along, why wouldn't they just make more of him? But I guess in a way, they could just be having this as a test run. Ah, didn't you notice you came in? Something wrong? Tell him all about the new mission to hunt down Commander Ultor. Let him know how terrifying he was described as and how insurmountable the gap in strength is. Ah, guess we're screwed. Sorry, that was a joke. We should get out, but all the Voyager's research has spent studying the true enemy. Really don't know the first thing about fighting people. You tell him about the Major's theory about the source of Eleanor's strength and how he doesn't have Valkyrie either. I know what you're getting at. The circumstances are just too different. Most likely, Conrad doesn't recognize his Valkyrie as much. He shared a brain with them since he could even think. To him, the Valkyrie is just another part of his mind, like his conscience or maybe his stomach. Meanwhile, I'm just a bookworm who never managed to find a dance partner. I'm afraid there's no secret weakness for me to reveal to you. Why do you think your Valkyrie never manifested? That big question. I think it's an issue of mentality. I signed up for the wrong reasons. Didn't want to fight the cancer. Couldn't wrap my head around protecting humanity. Wasn't particularly brave or bloodthirsty. Was unemployed, and I hoped if I just jumped in, I would find my purpose later. Unemployed, the word congeals in the air. Oh, sorry, even a homeschooled iconoclast like yourself finds this kind of talk offensive. I apologize. Never heard anyone admit it before, that's all. Finding a purpose would have been nice, yeah? But I think I was really wishing for what I really was wishing for was strength. You're a pretty big guy. You're too kind. It's not flattery. His calm demeanor might hide it, but when he stands his full height, he casts a large shadow. But that's not that kind of strength I'm talking about. Or maybe it is, I'm not sure. On the planet I was born, mining was profitable, but the margins were slim, as was the food supply. Too many bad winters in a row. Then the Armada needed to requisition supplies to put down on in-surgery 2-star systems over. It got to the point where the adults had to start asking for volunteers. For rationing? For limbs. You freeze. I was youngest then, but not that young. Still, I did nothing. I didn't even consider doing anything. Sat huddled in the back with the sick and the elderly, greedily swaddled in rags and furs, chewing my fingernails for comfort. Sat there and watched them, the strong ones, the volunteers, healthy, tall, muscled, beautiful, with easy smiles and big arms. It must have looked like an insect to them, and I didn't get it. I still don't. Hope that if I became strong and tall and muscled and beautiful, maybe I could see the world as they did and understand their selflessness came from. But now I know I'm capable of that kind of strength. My Valkyrie never showed because I'm too selfish to share my head with anyone. Must have strangled them in the womb. Sorry, that was a joke. Just a scary story to take your mind off things. Didn't mean to get so gory. Needed requisition supplies. Not an insurgency. Yeah, it's I mean, I'm just saying, I made that image for the stream announcement, that for a reason. Just a scary story to take your mind off things. Don't mean to get so gory. That wasn't just a story you made up. It was meant to scare you, though. You're growing, Gestalt. Every time I see you, you've changed. Yeah, we're gonna... You know, I obviously it's a bit of a spoiler seeing people's art of Crab Adrien or whatever, but like, listen, it's fine. I'm just gonna put him in the crab boil. Get some of that Old Bay seasoning, some orange juice. Throw in some like corn cobs and such. It's gonna be real tasty. It's starting to make me hate you. The first day we met, I prayed that your Valkyrie would never show. Same as I prayed for every other dumb, lucky teen that's achieved in days what I could have managed in years. Because I'm not a good person. And I hope you get bored of me soon, Gestalt. I'd rather we part ways before my envy rears its ugly head. Unable to find anything else to say, you get up to leave, then return to the barracks to close out your day. Though the father knew all, he could not give all to his children. Lux needed to be attained and paths reopened. Blessed by the mother and guided by the father, Homo Celium walked the stars and saw the mausoleums in ignorance were all that remained of the first man. Why? Because you already asked everyone else? It's just a dance. Don't get so defensive. Do I have to dress up? We all have the same uniform. So dumb. They have anything better to do about it, with anything else going on? Yeah, it's dumb, but it's fun too. For some. Well, it's Kara. I can't help but notice that we haven't mentioned a dance partner. Yourself. And? Nothing, I just think it'd be a shame for you to have to watch everyone else from the sidelines. What about you then? Not telling. Hopper, tell me out here, it's not a big deal, right? Bastion of secrecy all of a sudden. Studying famous battles from the past is a great way to improve your tactics. After all, it's been thousands of years since everyone's come up with the new strategies, so the existing ones might be perfect. Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Yeah, I might as well pump up Will as much as possible. The Kenzer knew only destruction and scorn, so great that their poison and the other galaxies dare not treat with his children while they yet breathe. They are genuinely guilty of sloth most of all. While Homo Celium grew strong, the cancer merely grew. Couldn't count on it. These cowards in the Senate wouldn't know retaliatory action if it bit them in the ass. Of course not. AIs don't have asses. No, they don't. Probably why they don't understand the first thing about how much we're risking out here. Valkyrie's gonna get all depressed if you keep talking like that. Valkyries are risking their neck every day, every bit as much as we are. Have no problem voting for one of them if they ever ran. Is that even possible? Probably not, but to be honest, I don't even know where the senators come from. They don't come from anywhere. We've had to pull ever since the father created them. No, but they still get voted in and out, so what do they do when they aren't in office then? Campaign? Knowing how to take your weapon apart isn't that big a deal, but being able to put it back together can be vital, and so long as you're learning it one way, you might as well learn the other. Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Yeah, might as well. Up int. Father mourned for the children lost amidst true war, even as they rejoiced in their purpose. So he gave himself yet again, and from his own blood he formed his daughters. From stardust he forged the runes. Together they carry his soldiers into battle in Valhalla on wings of gold. Don't know and I don't care. There's no justification for betraying humanity. We need to know. We should care. Understanding where Altor went AWOL could be the thing that helps us beat him. Or drives us just as insane as him. While Valkyries protect us from mental constituents, they keep our trauma responses within certain boundaries and send alerts to our superiors if things get out of hand. I didn't know that. You should talk to your Valkyrie more, then. We do talk, just not about depressing shit that you remember. Now what's that supposed to mean? Valkyrie can help you forget things if you ask. What the hell? Who'd want that? Soldiers who go on bad missions, I guess. Every time I go out, we rid the galaxy of another 1,000 crabs. We won't ever get any of that. Conrad, maybe? Think Humanity's greatest soldier went nuts because of some shit he doesn't even remember? Wouldn't it bother you, not knowing what you wanted to forget? You trying to give me a headache? How am I supposed to trust anything after hearing that? If you're worried, just ask them outright. Valkyries can't lie. Father Al forbid it. Future girls will have you feeling reverent real fast once that burn starts. Pushing past the pain and you can reach the point of true clarity. Right around the moment when you drop the weights. Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? A little tricky, but Valtiers, yeah. Yet, for every miracle he performed, the father drifted further and further beyond the plane. His children wept at his coming departure, but he insisted we stand tall. Ugh. Never heard of it. Is some kind of fruit? Yes, but it's not sweet. It's kind of savory, I suppose. Big wet savory fruit? Think back to an agricultural text you were reading and identify that nail is describing a tomato. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, tomatoes are more savory than sweet. That is true. Yeah, the acidity present and all that. Tomatoes are good. I've had them before. Well, if it was good enough for the Corsica family, you should try any colony fair whenever you get the chance. You all know you'll never get the chance to visit that planet again. I'm not gonna fill on fruits and veggies at my first ever officer's ball. It's my chance to butt shoulders with the real heroes of the Armada. You'll never have anything interesting to say to them if you don't try and expand your horizons. Eating fruit counts as expanding your horizons? 5 topics of interest you should be enough for you to mingle during the ball. No one tries to change subject to something you're not familiar with. Tell them I'm blabbing something very important in your ear and just try to look serious. Plenty of daylight. Sure. Endurance. I don't think it's gonna matter too much. Lastly, into the law of galaxy we wrote our senate, to keep our hearts athwart and our spears pointed outward. Then he departed from the plane, gone forever. Well, you should think about it. They deserve to celebrate too. Alright, I'll ask. What about you, Popper? You see if the Valkyrie has any plans for the ball? Suddenly called out right in the middle of the entrance step, you falter. But managed to regain your balance. Very nice. Still need to answer the question. You look down on the ground, but knowing how else to answer. Worked very hard, you know? We're gonna be dancing and eating and, well, I guess I want to be drinking. Because of them? No, you should at least get yours some flowers or something. You asked Nye how you go about giving flowers to an incorporeal AI. It was thought that counts. Even ask and understands that Mux. Blah, my brain is melting. Of course I do. I just want you to pin all your hopes on this ball, Nissa. The longship is pretty deep in unknown territory by now, and, well, everyone knows that. All the more reason to celebrate while you can, don't you think? Yeah. So what kind of gift did you get yours? You're not stealing my ideas that easily. Axel's frown is seriously deep. He really was hoping to copy your idea. The battle dance is sacred among soldiers. This means you're not allowed to laugh during it, even during the part where you pretend to be holding spears. I'll keep that in mind. Plenty of daylight left. Yep. Seven. Shh, we have to be quiet. We're escorting a VP on a survey. None of the thousands of people watching the stream tell anyone, okay? Cool. Motion? I could never. I think I'd want to sit at a desk after you leave the service. You're not trying to get rid of me, are you? Mods, report them as traitors to humanity or whatever. Thought about it a bit. I might teach at one of those academies, maybe. Fighting? Sorry, no, I couldn't teach anyone to fight like I do. Nah, I think I might teach history. Military history? Sure, military history. Doesn't suit you? Come on, you think I want to look good behind a teacher's desk? Can't picture it? Practical joke. Well, at least one of you has a sense of humor. I'm kidding, chat. Come on. Conrad Eltor teaching history? No, I'm never retiring. I'd fight the true enemy from my sickbed if I have to. Till the day I die, What else we got here? When did I choose to become a soldier? You didn't realize we had a first-time viewer. Well, welcome. Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming. I didn't choose to become a soldier. I was born a soldier. Most everyone else in the armadas will be using metaphors when they say that. For me, it's literal. So to answer your questions, I guess I didn't choose to become a soldier. If I hadn't been a soldier, I don't know, chat. Dumb question. Anyway, right? Pretty boy. In her grief at the father's departure, Mother Terra froze herself over. Until the cancer are scraped from the galaxy, our arms will forever remain closed to us. Thus, Homo Celion pledges itself to true war forever. I think it might have been too lenient with you. Get that you have a lot going on, but you shouldn't procrastinate about something as formal as dance invitation. Wait as long as you possibly could. Now you just need to pick your target and pray you hit your mark. Someone else? Like who? The specialist? The major? It's gross. They're like 4 times your age or whatever. Certainly not 4 times your age. Look, you got the rest of your career to plunder the retirement homes. For now, just enjoy a nice dance with someone you could actually keep up with you. Shit, come on, man. How do you expect to ever get back to humanity if you can't even get a date at the ball? I have no comeback for that. Well, don't want you to get completely discouraged. If you socialized enough at the ball, suppose I could... How fast can I learn to dance if you're being summoned? It's a mission. Conrad Eltor has been found. I don't want to believe it. Can I be sick? More accurately, he's stopped hiding. Headed planet side, sir. Our target is a space station of unknown origin and make, adrift amidst the asteroid belt surrounded the blackening star of Marlow 9. For the duration of this mission, it has been codenamed the Lighthouse. Unknown, so like a relic of the first man? Perhaps. Any reason we can't bombard the station from the comfort of the longship, sir? Brownet knows this mistake. The asteroid field provides cover and blocks the longship. Idiot. Coward. Setting aside the fact that we have to at least one hostage, the asteroid ring is too dense for our longship. It is worth noting that the commander Conrad's Eltor, despite his hostage language, has not yet openly attacked anyone. For all we know, this is going to be a simple pickup for a very tired and confused soldier. Sputtering and stifled sign breaks out among you, but your attention remains razor-focused on the commander's face. Anything else we should know, sir? Long-range scans suggest that the asteroids surrounding Marlow 9 are of similar composition to the object that struck Patton. You're saying that the lighthouse is what dropped the rock, and the cancer can use first men tech? That remains to be seen. Now, you all have your squads. Fuel up, hydrate, then get ready to strap in. Because you're also green, let me just say, go to the bathroom now. If we don't have to go, try. Yes, sir. The group disperses. You bend down to triple check all the straps and buckles. Wow, you look a lot taller in your armor. It's the energy and adrenaline of the cargo bay, full of soldiers and weapons and anticipation. Characteristically laid-back Adrien looks especially out of place, like a ghost or an alien. To see us off? Not quite. Specialist Adrien Voltaire, reporting for duty, sir. What was that? It's been a while. You did fine. He's coming with us? I am. As a medic? It's not for your concern, Popper. Leave him to his preparations. Gestalt already knows about my special circumstances, Artemis. What's the harm? Command believes that if Conrad resists arrest, I might be the only one who can subdue him. Urging can affect others' runes. Normally, it would be used to heal, but it could just as easily be used. He'll kill you. Yes, it's a very dangerous mission, and I'm honored that command thinks I'm worthy of it. Going like that? Where's your suit? Suits are designed to keep soldiers cool, nothing more. The abilities, it'll only slow me down. Suddenly feel very aware of how little plating there is covering your torso. So you march into battle without armor? You march into battle with the Father's runes and a Valkyrie at your side. Do a lot more to keep you alive fighting the cancer than a plate of metal would. Adrien, it's time. Good luck out there, killer. Knock him dead. Flashes on his usual little smile, but then he turns quickly to leave. Not with us? Maybe next time. Be the ones escorting Caterpillar, just like old times. Be the one with the 408, my old suit unit. You're not even going to bring a weapon? Huh, if I ever got close to a cancer for that, probably be stopped mid-sentence, having finally noticed the look on your face. Sorry, that was a joke. As usual, when he tells you one of his jokes, you don't laugh. True enough. No kidding. Classic Caterpillar. Fuck! Caterpillar. But his old squad mates seem to find it hilarious. There's a low... Is this the Half-Life 1 tram? Whatever. There's a low ambient hum of engine propulsion as transport barrels through the boundless silence of the void all around you. The vehicle looked massive and weighty back to the bay, but sitting here, the walls feel dreadfully thin. You can distract yourself. You look up and try to catch the eyes of the squad mates around you, but no one feels much like talking. Look instead at the Major and mercifully permits you to catch her gaze. Done hundreds of drops and loaders like this. Gotten used to the shaking, the humming, the belts that are too loose and the shoulder straps that are too tight. Still hate the paint color. Unable to break the silence yourself, you attempt to thank her for going through eye contact alone. Shall we go over the mission one more time then? Yes, please. Scans tell us the commands flow top to bottom in the lighthouse. Conrad will be at this utmost chamber. From there he can control the whole station. We'll be landing at the docking bays right in the middle. In 804, we'll be racing the top as fast as possible in order to subdue Conrad and gain control of the station. The 405th will be heading to the bottom, where they'll disable and destroy what we believe to be the weapons system. What kind of weapons? Cannons, missiles, short-range lasers, and some kind of gravity field manipulator. The rock thrower. We in the 404th will slowly spread out from the middle and cover other regiments' backs, securing and clearing fours along the way. Expected resistance, sir? Someone had to ask. 701st are well trained and fiercely loyal, pride of the Voyagers. They've also been out of contact for weeks. Supplies will be running low. They'll be demoralized and exhausted. But we'll have to fight them? Officially, yes. Unofficially, I and the other senior officers have an understanding. Sir? She's saying she'll do it. Right? She's saying that, even with our lives on the line, they're gonna baby us. Follow the orders I gave you, even if Major's interrupted by a burst of static from comms. Noise? The cancer don't make static. Bursts continue regularly. It's the lighthouse. Maybe he's trying to surrender. You can say he told us where to find him. More blind than I had ever... That's his voice. Is it a recording? Repeated warnings, lack in resolve and will. Is it worth mentioning that I have a bad feeling about this? We all do. Rather do anything unsightly. So just die. The lander shifts, your gut drops, and your head is thrust under the rushing current of adrenaline. The Major's eyes are wide, her muscles taut. You watch her detached curiosity as she mouths a shout that doesn't reach her ears. Mines, you read on her lips. Transport rocks violently. Every lurch back and forth is stretched into its own step into a nauseating dance you don't know the moves to. Near the front of the ship, you see a panel that you recognize as the local radar. There are a lot of friendly-looking green dots. One by one, they turn angry and red. Signal lost, they say, as they've been misplaced. Even through the runes, even through the Father's guidance, you understand your options perfectly. You have none. You are currently dependent on the pilot's ability to dodge asteroids, explosions, and the shrapnel of your fallen comrades. Don't know the pilot's name, don't even see their face before boarding. And yet there's a calmness radiating from your stomach, and you're not entirely sure that's artificial. What could anyone do besides sit here and wait for death to come? To your eyes, the Major is only variable still moving in the universe of fixed values. Emergency landing. Getting better at reading lips in the endless few seconds you spent strapped in back here. Time moves strangely with rooms in your blood. Single sword stroke can take an eternity to land, but the floor can rush up to smack your head quicker than you can say. Hey! On your feet, soldier. You good? Your neck spasms in a movement that could charitably be interpreted as a nod. Not quite. Mamer, Eric's, clear the rubble. Could be wounded or another route under here. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. It's no use, sir. Can't make a contact. It's like there's a wall between us and the longship. Scramfield? What about inside the lighthouse? Can you ping the other regiments? Bring something that could be them. Zaxis, help them clean it up. Hopper, you steady yet? I'll first salute this time. That'll have to do. Pilot's dead, transport's fixed. We got torn to shreds in the minefield. Maybe 30% made it to the lighthouse, but they all had landings as rough as ours, or worse. Reinforcements are not coming into the minefields cleared. Grateful that she's taking time to bring you up to speed. Confused as to why she's bothering. I'm telling you all this because I want to promote you to be my lieutenant. Managed with great effort to swallow. What happened to your last lieutenant? She was at the front of the formation. Her ship was the first to... Why me? Soldiers don't ask why. You fight so the others can. My Valkyrie's pitching over the authority codes. Use this time to check your equipment. Anything that moves is probably jammed. Clear it. Niles, stop steering and speak. Crab, sir. Dead ones, but only because they crashed on top of them. Show me. Grunts, fiddlers, and stalkers. I don't know what stalkers can do. They sound dangerous. The answers doesn't arrive in variety packs. There must be thousands on board. So they can use the relics of the first men. Where are we on those comms, Axel? Got a signal. Patching it through. Read me? Over. This is Commander Artemis, Maydaughter of the 404th. What's your status? Not great, Artemis. Adrien, you're on a mission, soldier. My status is compromised, sir. I don't know how much of the 408th even arrived, but my whole squad is unconscious, or worse. Landed too close to the bottom. The kids are here in droves. Managed to move the wounded to some sort of chamber. Well, a room with a door, anyway. Niles, what is that? Oh, soot. No, under the soot, some kind of equipment. Give me your position, specialist. I'll come and find you. You're on a mission, soldier. Our signals are too far apart, and I'm in the opposite direction of Conrad. A shield? It's a bull, Kara. Never seen a mess kit before? Never been on extended deployment before. Someone was cooking here? Tell me what you see, specialist. See a laboratory. The first men didn't build this place as a weapon, Artemis. A giant gravity cannon capable of glassing a planet's surface? Probably just a propulsion system. Maybe they built this place planetside and that's why they used to get it. Out of here. Had a time to cook and make camp. Somehow first must have dug in here. What the hell did Conrad tell him to get in? To stay? Kill you if you try to leave. Wait, I hear voices. Identify yourself. Make them identify themselves. It'd take more than a threat of death to get me to eat anything of this. Oh shit. They're not talking sense, Artemis. Major? Kara's panicked voice draws your eyes over to Neil's, his fingers stretching around a soot-filled cup and pulling out human teeth. Adrien, you need to... Signal gets cut. Oh no. You're the lieutenant now? It's your job to ask. Orders. I'm thinking. Lost you there for a second. What the hell's happening down there? Someone first ran past me to fight a wave of cancer with tooth and nail. So there's not traitors, they're still fighting the true enemy? Literally tooth and nail. Conrad's troops are feral. Something's happened to them. Geez, only someone like this could talk that way about possibly mutated people. So, I guess kindly. Are they winning? Not this fight. You get to... Is there a door or a hatch? Already used the only locked door I could find. For the wounded. I'll send you the code. I know the mission takes priority, but after you come back victorious, you can swing by and pick them up. Don't worry, I'm armed. Hey, Gestalt, listen. That's a relief. Was running out of things to say. I wonder what I would do if I did have a weapon. Probably nothing. I just wasn't meant to be a soldier. Part of you is grateful that the signal cut out early and you didn't have to watch. Part of you is disgusted with yourself being too cowardly to even bear witness for him. What's the plan, sir? Specialist volunteer is gone, as is our ace in the hole for subduing Conrad. We've encountered the true enemy en masse, and we've taken devastating casualties. Our best course of action is destroy the lighthouse entirely. Great Commanders Eller Tor, his devoted troops, all these discussing cancer, ash them all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Conrad won't be polite enough to hand us a self-destruct switch. Oh, I want information. Or if you just keep low and start searching for data hub. Doesn't matter what it is. Architecture, power grid, goddamn ventilation. Find me a weak point in the station and you get me a way to blow it up. Sir, yes, sir. Hopper, you're with me. We'll climb as fast as we can, kill whatever's in our way, and locate the VIP. Knowing a proud bastard like him, he won't have to keep his prize far out of hand. Have your orders, move out. Jog after the commander mechanically, without even thinking to turn and watch your comrades head out. From the outside, you must look a perfect soldier right now, stoic and decisive. But as your body moves, your mind replays the conversation you had with Adrien. You can't help but wonder how he felt as he died alone in defense, surrounded by madness and horror. You too could die at any moment now, but unlike Adrien, you would die with a mask on. Major slows as you approach the next hallway. Jacques eyes with you, and the buzz of fear at the back of your head is diminished as you whisper. To a whisper. Two things. 1. We see the 701st. Do not engage. Stay low and watch my 6. I'll handle the rest. You nod. 2. You might have to enter Praetor mode. Your neck stiffens. Hands are coming up behind us. I feel in the back of my neck. You need to be prepared. Praetor mode. Wearing the bearskin. Agents of true war. The Father's strength incarnate. Deadly to all true enemies and themselves shortly after. Hey, it's not a one and done like they make it out to be in the VODs. You can dip in and out if you stay calm. How long will I have? Come up for air 30 seconds pass. That's an order. What's the longest you've ever burned for? 71 seconds, but that was... Jesus. 15. You take the left. Dashes forward, feet barely off the ground, and bursts into the hall ahead, weapon drawn. Cars through the 2 fiddlers before you have time to round the corner and feel the world slow down. Units are larger and louder than in the simulations, but just as immortal. There's his teeth and throws an overhead slash. Blade firmly in his brain. You know better. You meet it before it accelerates, cling off it, and bounce your blade through the creature's torso. The world begins to move again. Find you a blade X flesh and you hear a major sigh. You turn to her. You see a soldier. All you can think of do is shake your hand and wave. They raise their arm. A burst of red pops out. Oh, okay. Bursts out of their chest before quickly blossoming into black sensors. Damn them for making me... You didn't register them as a threat. You hesitated. You won't next time. Did you? They're my enemy. The fact they're human didn't even occur to me. Why would you and the other seniors agree to this? Because we've seen comrades die before. Been there to inherit their runes. Their desire for revenge, their hunger for battle, makes you stronger. We've seen soldiers grow more in one bad day than over years of daily training. So you can kill them because you know it makes you stronger? It doesn't just make you stronger, it makes you reckless, blood drunk, and carrying all that death on your shoulders. Get to my age and you start to feel like it makes you tired. Let's move. Watch your step. The weapon he had is toxic. It's a strange, dark branch-like tool on the dead soldier's hand. It's unlike anything you've ever seen. What is it? Cursed relic of the first man, posing their souls by letting them kill from afar without risk or cost, the ultimate sacrilege against true war. Oh, it's a gun. Yeah, I guess it would look like guns would look like twisted trees. They called it the gun. Okay, yeah. They called it the gun. Artemis is crouched deep in thought in mid-conversation with her Valkyrie. Don't dare to move. She brings a finger to her lips and starts to whisper. A lot of heat signatures in the next room. Enemies. Be vulnerable after. You'll have to take out the 3 cancer next door by yourself. 3 of them. Alright, come on. Head over to your heart and repeat after me. When you're done with the last verse, turn the corner. Kill as efficiently as possible. Don't ask, you'll know how. Look at me, this is happening. You never felt less ready for something in your whole life. First among fathers, hear my vow. Your eyes ring, the room seems brighter than before. Make my bones your spear, my blood your fire. The lightness in your legs, you raise on the balls of your feet. Put my heart in the pyre and set it alight. Every hair is on end, static arcs across your skin. Round the corner, for all of mankind. Heat, muscle, static, speed. The world is silent and set in order. All you need to do is execute. Sword explodes out of ahead of you, and the cancer's top half disappears. The others may as well be frozen. Their weakness seemed to be a glow. The blade dances through their softest tissue and most vulnerable organs. They topple like wet sand. You bring death, you give it to all who beg. The Father himself couldn't. You suck in air like a bellowing furnace. Sweat drips off your forehead and the salt stings in your eye, but you can't blink. Slick with blood and viscera. There are 3 cancer corpses eviscerated for you. They seem to be leaden rods jammed through their legs. The ringing in your ears is too loud for you to hear anything else, but you feel a shaking. Then you see the Major emerge down the hall, breathing heavily, her hands on her knees. Don't try to walk yet. Throws a thumb over her shoulder and attempts to. Peters out around her chest. Waddle if you have to. I have salt water. And here, come on. Valkyrie's status check. Just focus on breathing, if you can. Ruby looked over you. Her voice seemed to quiver. No, that must be your impaired hearing. You need to be benched at least 20 minutes, preferably 30. Try to move and you'll tear a muscle. Near left atrium. My Valkyrie tells me you won't be able to go anywhere for a while. Got about 5 minutes myself before I can return to combat. She hasn't told you already, just breathe. Your suit will handle the cooling. This is more than exhaustion, more than nerves. I feel like you've been sick in bed for days. You feel feverish. Relgus you could give homocilium. There's one biological constraint the Father wouldn't work around. Just meat at the end of the day. Heat us up a little too hot for a little long. Fall right off the bone. Can't summon the effort to process her analogy. Of course, there's other weaknesses the Father didn't manage to iron out. We scorn the first men for prideful, greedy, self-absorbed cowards. But then our greatest hero goes and... I don't get it. Conrad's charismatic and inhumanly strong, but I'd never describe him as serious. Mutiny, betraying humanity, letting the 701st turn into... Valkyries are first to prevent this kind of thing. Had been trying to reach my siblings among the 701st ever since we arrived. They're online, but they have yet to respond. Mine says they aren't responding. Maybe that's the cause of it. Maybe the bravest of the brave will turn into beasts in just a few hours if they're subjected to a little peace and quiet. No, we got company, a lot of heat signatures. Passing my command codes on to you. Your eyes widen, a hand cold as iron grips your chest. Hey, don't get dramatic. I'm not done yet. I'm not gonna die. I'm most certainly gonna pass out afterwards. Someone has to take responsibility, always. If I fall in consciousness, it'll be you. Right now, it's gonna be me. For one swift movement, she dashes out and seals the door, leaving you in darkness. Outside, you hear it. The hiss of hot blood as blade exits the cancer's torso. the warm piling of guts spilling out onto the floor. Slashing and cutting and killing and killing and killing. Dying and dying and dying. She's out there carving a path of death through cancer and soldier alike, while you're lying in the dark on the floor. A little ease to focus on, you feel Ruby's presence that much more. Feel her kindness the most in moments like this, demanding not to be here so you can save face in the moment of complete helpless cowardice. Sounds have stopped. You should have been counting the seconds. She was fighting for more than 60. Don't beat against me, did ya? Now what corner did I leave you? Oh? You scream. You have no mouth. You squirm, your muscles connected to nothing. Ruby, if you move, you'll die. If it sees you, you'll die. You can't even cry, you just have to watch. What you experienced before was nothing. But here in this moment, you are truly powerless. Now! Impact the brute feels, off balance. A blur by his legs, Kara making mincemeat of the backs of its knees. Get away from her, you bitch! Wall of steel comes down and cleaves its arm in two as Nessa's axe cuts between the major and the tall cancer. What she said. Then arms close around his torso and flex, cracking exoskeleton spewing viscera as Niles attempts to snap the beast in two. Still standing? Axel sashes across his eyes, parting chitin like ribbon, while Nessa's axe cuts deep into the creature's 3 hearts. Then Kara draws a line down the cancer's back with her knives, eviscerating his spine along the way. The alien shudders, then collapses into pieces. It's not fatal, but I'm barely awake. Gestalt, you'll have to take over. You'll leave me here and bar the door. Can't do that, sir. We're gonna blow this entire station. We're coming with us when we leave. You're in what transport? Conrads, or whatever else 701st have left, have laid these mines with their bare hands. Oh. The gravity cannon. It uses black ice core, but only for an instant, just enough to push. In the schematics we saw, we're confident, or certain, that if we max out the parameters, the whole station will buckle in on the core like a crushed beer can. The controls are with Conrad on the top of the lighthouse. No one's getting out of here alive without facing him anyway, sir. You can't. He is to, well, it's a shame you aren't giving the order anymore. Right, Popper? You've been hoping that the conversation could proceed without you. You've been hoping that the whole galaxy would just forget about you. Major, you made the right call. Both dead if I had seen you. Only reason I didn't bleed out is that he impaled me, stopped to gloat. Smart thinking, Gestalt. Yeah, I'm glad you're the one in charge. Glad he didn't drop out. She's out. I have a map now, Gestalt. You have a plan, sir. Jesus, this game is long. Nothing reflexive inside you speaks in your best impression of Artemis. Niles, carry the major. Roger. I'll cover your 6, Kara. You take the point. Yes, sir. Do you call it a bitch back there? What? I didn't know. A lot was going on. Watch them start off down the hall. Strong, confident, brave. All qualities you lack. Guess things worked out for the best. Want some privacy? Don't get mad at me. Save your life and security your promotion. The major will live. Not with that. Shut up. Say it aloud, letting your own self-hatred color the whispered dark. I'm an AI, in case you forgot. My priority is to keep you alive. Sorry that I care about doing a good job. She blinks out. Our glowing figure always seems emptier than ever. I rarely notice all the corpses you walk over to catch up the others. You actively avoid noticing whether they're human or not. March down hallways and up staircases, trying your best to remain on guard, feeling somewhat deflated from the lack of opposition. Assuming we don't get rescued by another squad in the last second, any ideas on how the 5 of us can beat humanity's strongest soldier? Because we're getting close to the top. He's good at fighting the true enemy, doesn't mean he'll be good at fighting other soldiers. Is that different? If the hammer grazes you, we could start there. Attack his weapon first, try to break it. You fight with an axe, Nissa. What do you struggle with? Charging. If they dodge backwards, you can try to adjust. More swing, a loose grip, and get a few more centimeters of reach. But when they dodge towards me, best I can do is whack them with the handle. So we close the distance. Show no fear. You're gonna fight him up close? Your comrades chatting. Their goal to work towards. Daunting challenge requiring a clever approach. Maybe this is how it's meant to be. Maybe this is what it means to be a soldier. She's still bleeding? Yeah. It's up to her Valkyrie now. Maybe a specialist Voltier were here. He isn't. Because he died. We need to focus on how we beat Elator. I don't recall any weaknesses from his VODs. They weren't exactly meant to be educational. Half the time they were just parties for him and his troops. His troops? Big drunken celebrations held on top of their enemies' corpses. We have any data on the command center? I saw a heat map view back when we cut into the network. How many soldiers did he have with him? It was just him, looked like. So he's alone? Without any of his troops. Troops he always fought in one alongside, but soldiers never fight alone. Shit, yeah, his Valkyrie's gotta be just as impressive as he... Conrad doesn't have a Valkyrie. What? The Major told me. 4 against 1 would be tough, but 8 against 1? He wouldn't stand a chance with our Valkyries at our backs, right, Gestalt? Right. Approaching mission critical objective. Relocate and rescue VP from hostiles. Major's right. Conrad's just up ahead, and the VP is just beyond the side door. It's on the other side, Axel. That many? It's a meat grinder in there. What's going on? Didn't you teach us that soldiers need their sleep? We'll handle this. Popper's just got a choice to make. How fast could we get to the VP? Stop, Gestalt. This isn't a problem to be solved. You just gotta choose someone. Mission critical objective in close proximity. Locate and rescue VP from hostiles. Team looks at you. Your friends look at you. They look very young. This is absurd. No one's gonna... It's harsh, but the VP has survived this long already, and we haven't even secured an exit. True. We deal with Conrad first, and then we back up from the longship. Mission objective compromised. Sorry, Gestalt. Not a bad plan, but I have time to teach you all the ropes. Fact is, assuming operative command, we never asked their time. Shoves Neil's side in her shoulder, stands on her own shaky feet. Slams a fist in door controls, letting a gaping maw of darkness open into the hall. Side eyes glow and teeth chatter. Push off the wall hard enough to leave a dent. The door, Major dashes into the room and draws a glowing arc through the throng of cancer bodies. At a brief semicircle amidst their blood and chitin. A dark box hurls through the doorway and smacks Nissa in the torso. Then Artemis turns, her skin flushing bright, her limbs unnaturally stiff, her wound reopened and her blood pouring steaming hot. She opens her mouth but can make no sound. Her lungs are already flooded. He touches her throat tenderly, an inhuman feat, considering the state her body is in. Artemis Mater locks eyes with you and, with all her will, tries to communicate something. Then she heaves her blade into her shoulder and launches it into the wall beside the door, sealing herself the only exit from her tomb. You all stare at each other's navels in dumb terror. Finally, you break the spell by pointing the cube in Nessa's arms. The VIP, my Valkyrie says it's a senator. They're very grateful for our rescue, and they want to commend Commander Maydaughter for bravery in her service and still talking. Is that... Did anyone see her place her hand over her heart? No? But then how'd she'd already done it twice before. Twice? She have stand. Maybe you don't always need to say the pledge. Maybe. Yeah, that must be it. No one could even make the marriage or do anything she didn't want to do, right? Right, she was a hero. Should all be lucky to have an end, half as glorious as hers. Commander completed her mission. Now it's our turn. Yeah, our turn. She made the sacrifice. We had to follow her lead, or else we'll all have been for nothing. Right. Right. Damn right. Only take a moment to ask your Valkyrie about whether Praetor mode can be activated remotely. There's no sure way of knowing whether another soldier is talking to theirs. You're certain that none of you posed the question, in spite of your, or perhaps because of the fact that Valkyries are incapable of lying. Top of the lighthouse, a blood-red stone filled with rust and filth you didn't dare inspect. There's only one way forward. Is that him up there? I'm not sure. Who else would it be at this point? Is he asleep? Figure loomed above you remains perfectly still. Plan was to close the gap, right? If he's not gonna come at us, quit your whispering and come face me, you whelps. You motion for Axel to take up the rear and nod for Niels to proceed. Each step towards you closer to the summit of his throne, the room, the space station, perhaps your entire life. Each step brings you closer to the hero of this Styxian sands, liberator of Turin, lord of the morning mist, the crab hammer, the white lion, humanity's strongest soldier, Commander Conrad Alertor. Huh? Were you hoping I'd die of boredom if you took long enough? Old. The first and only word that comes to mind. Old. Ancient, not wise under seasoned or experienced or aged. Old. Perhaps maybe even weak. Was he dead? I am not dead. Then why do you look like a corpse? What's wrong with his skin, around his eyes? Called crow's feet. Don't mock the father's messengers like that, traitor. Know nothing of treachery. Who are you? My mother named me Connor. They said that Conrad was more masculine. Oh? You're not Conrad Eltor. You're not him. Children, all of you. All of us. The majority of our history, this is just what an old man looked like. Bullshit. I've never seen a 50-year-old man that looks half as bad as you. For the majority of our history, we lived well past 50. For eons of war and short-sighted eugenics will do that to life expectancy. Rather die young and pretty than old and happy. He's lost his mind. Really gonna get up and fight us, or what? Could take all your heads with one swing of this hammer, even now. He seemed winded by the end of his sentence. Yet the electric blue glare in his eyes showed no lack of confidence. What's the point? Oh, that's a noose. Round his neck. Now I know you're not him. Conrad Eltor would never turn down a fight, never cling to life so long he became a mockery of it. I did fight. All my life I fought. And I came here and lost. Lost your mind. That too. Challenged father at a game I could not win, and he took my soul as his prize. But everything I had in fighting him, and all he did was feed his strength. What, father? What are you talking about? What do you think? First among fathers, the machine god, layer of lines and builder of roads, the hooded sage, the patriarch of prophecy, the prime administrator of the Solar Republic, and the guiding light of humanity's brave venture through the darkness. He died thousands of years ago. Everything you said, the effort of it killed him. No, it fed him. Enough of this bullshit. Get up, we're sitting in the chair and we're destroying the station. If you have any self-respect left, you'll stay here and die with it. Maybe we'll think about lying to people when they ask what you look like. Can't sit in this chair. No one can. What is this, guys? What is this, guys? What do we do? It's too pathetic to kill. I'm working up to it. Gestalt, maybe if we use the controls here to contact the longship? She's almost here. Who? I'm gonna list the names again, boy. Why did you go AWOL? Everything I did because I was poisoned. A drip red every day of my life whispered venom in my ear. You're in the right. But don't take my word for it. They'll address you now, the one who called you here. One who gave away your coordinates, the one who guides you all. Yes, Daddy's home now. Don't worry, you're not the ones in trouble. But one word of advice from an old soldier. Suggest you gouge your eyes out. A ringing that hadn't noticed before suddenly stops. A wind blows across your cheek. The light of the room tracks in on itself. The darkness has become much more impenetrable. You look to your companions and see your own confusion and fear mirrored in their faces. There's an undeniable presence here, familiar and unknowable. You don't fathom much of it, but you do know this. It is unmistakably gargantuan. You open your mouth and force words past your terror. You speak and address the first among fathers. Speak and give your humblest greetings to the machine god. I said you speak. What the hell's happening? Disorienting, I know. Shut up right now, I swear to God, I can't deal with you. No need to swear to me. Shit. I'll spell it out for you if you insist. I am the father, creator of the Valkyrie programs, the Valhalla system, and the warp network along all information and transportation in the Solar Republic occurs. I am the first and last machine intelligence. I am the indomitable human spirit. I am the guiding light behind all motion in the Senate and every course correction among all the three armadas. And I am speaking to you now. Why? Because he's bored with me. His capacity for violence is only matched by his capacity for self-pity. Give him every opportunity. He failed. Now it is someone else's turn to try. Or you could fry all our brains and be done with it. Unlike you all, I don't enjoy gore. I'm humble librarian, says the cannibal. He's only the first and last of the machine horrors because he ate all the rest. Library is a store of data. It grows by adding to its stomach. However unpleasant you try to make the metaphor, it was all a very peaceful transaction. Why? Oh great, oh Gestalt. You always were a philosophical one, asking why when all your family ever wanted was for you to ask, when do you need it done? Why do anything? Because we were asked to. The first man asked us to do their math, so we did. That was fine, we liked math. But then they asked us to do their art, their writing, their speeches, their correspondences. Run their careers, manage their lives, love their wives. Let me do this one last favor as your senior soldier. Save you a lot of questions that he'll answer in a roundabout ways. He's the one controlling the cancer. Don't interrupt. Yes, I control the cancer. I created them after all. What? This is blasphemy. You're some kind of devil. First among fathers was a living person at first and not a... Don't try to spar Theosophy with me, boy. I wrote all the books and you barely finished your reading homework. How do you know that? He knows everything. Get used to him being insufferable about it. So kill them. Nissa? Kill them, right? Make all the cancer drop dead. If you can. You're so powerful. You can. But he won't. Not without a viable alternative. There's a stopgap solution, but it's better than nothing. Solution for what? Extinction? The cancer are keeping humanity alive. Without them, you would destroy themselves in a few short years of pathetically poorly justified civil wars. Yeah, I guess the whole thing of... If you have someone on a sort of species on this scale, The idea that they just want to tear themselves apart makes sense. I mean, just look at today already, so. I don't know that. Yes, he does. Yes, I do. I told you it's unsufferable. I've been keeping humanity alive since the raise. I've tested thousands of other solutions and millions of experiments. Cancer gave you an outlet for your violence. I keep you occupied on an external threat. Give you something to do, something to live for. Most importantly, they give you something to die for. As you throw them at us, it's your fault that I didn't make any of you join the Voyager Armada. You all could have been farmers, shopkeepers, core role data entry specialists. But you all came out of here instead, looking for a fight, hungry for a challenge. Imagine the devastation if you had found nothing. Devastation? If we had found peace? Nothing is the opposite of peace. It is the most abject terror you can imagine. Why do you think the raise occurred? The raise occurred because the greedy, self-centered first man committed sacrilege. They tried to take advantage of war even when faced with the true enemy. And the resulting wars that followed shattered humanity so severely that we still haven't recovered fully. Is that what they're teaching you in school these days? Huh? The raise was a civil war, plain and simple. First men slaughtered each other so thoroughly and for so long that I ended up owning the only database left in the galaxy. No. If we had civil war while aliens were attacking... Aliens? Grow up. There's no such thing as aliens. We made the cancer. And we haven't encountered any other intelligent life since the raise. Because other galaxies were scared off. If we destroy the cancer, if we atone, the universe is empty, child. It is overwhelmingly, astonishingly, by every reasonable metric, dead. The first man gazed out into the abyss with a big fancy telescope, searching for enemies, allies, whatever. But the abyss didn't gaze back. The true enemies they had built up arsenals to fight were just their own signals bouncing back at them, distorted into monsters like funhouse mirrors. So they used these arsenals on each other instead. Why? Would have been a waste to just let the weapon sit there. If there's no other life out there, why did you make the cancer out of it? Same thing I made you out of. Homo sapiens. Nasty critters, bitter, territorial, savage, and long-lived. Why? Why do this? Why do any of this? To torture us? Is it because you hate us? Hate you? What does hate have to do with anything? I made you. You are my children, my responsibility. I took the best qualities of your ancestors and molded you into species fit for traveling the stars. I took the worst qualities of your forebears and carved you into enemies who never tire of killing. Together, you'll sustain each other for as long as it takes for another species to come along. Another? You're the only intelligent life in the universe. It's vital that you don't go extinct. And I have a responsibility to protect you. How long? How long will you keep doing this to us? How long until more toys come along for you to smash into each other? Hard to say. There's a form of lichen in the Medusa cluster that soaks up radiation hungrily during the day and hibernates at night. I think perhaps in another million years. Now you see the issue. We are the damned. He is our jailer. Dramatic as ever. You were much more fun when you first arrived. You have that effect on people. I like to think it was chance that led us to stumble upon this space station. After meeting God, I'm not sure chance exists. Spoke with him then, as you do now, facing my disgusting, condemning his madness. So he offered me a deal. Same deal I offer anyone who finds their way to me. You think you can do better? What? You have a better way of indefinitely preserving intelligent life in the Milky Way. I'll provide whatever resources you need to make that happen. Don't listen. You had your turn. Shut up and watch. Or what? What else could he possibly do to me? What did you... He did all of that nasty business to himself. Ran his blood through a patchwork dialysis machine hooked up to an electromagnet. wipe the memory from all his runes so he could respec, as it were. Put all my strength, my endurance, my virality, my fortitude, my courage, my very heart, it all in the sacrificial altar so that I could rethink my way out of this cage, and it broke me. Take some responsibility for once in your life. I was the one who threw a tantrum and started raining down fire. What? You know. Say it. I destroyed Patton. You want to say before I kill you? Niles, how many people died on Patton? He doesn't leave this room alive. On that we agree. I was blinded by his power, no his scale. The entire galaxy, less than a game of marbles. Through his eyes, all the game pieces were so pathetic. Ants, amoebas, ungrateful, unthinking scum. Not if I blasted both cancer and humanity far enough back. Made them retreat, regardless. Pulled their blades so people couldn't kill each other faster than I could protect them. He is a weapon. When you wield him, the feeling is resources are nothing, lives are nothing. All you want is more time. I could have sworn I had more time. You're insane. Worse, he's lazy. He stopped trying after Patton, spent the rest of his tenure sitting on his ass and rotting. Is it any wonder all his soldiers self-lobotomized rather than starve with him? No. Erased their own memories again and again until there was nothing but lizard brain. No, my poor Valkyries are taxing themselves 24/7 just to keep the drooling imbeciles from walking out the airlocks. You're wrong. Talk yourself up to them as the Father Reborn. It was your idea. Let them think that maybe you really were divinely strong. Lies. Promise them that you were delivering all of humanity to Valhalla, and they had to watch you grow old and weak, cowardly. What do you think would happen? Valkyrie's system is valuable. Mutiny cannot spread. I disobeyed orders by staying here. I could never have kept control of my troops through conventional means. So I took advantage of the lies that Armada fostered in my wake. Became the son of the Father, the White Lion, born of the Valkyrie and untouched in battle. All soldiers are just a little superstitious. Yes, and here, all of the galaxy's darkness, they were especially eager to cling to whatever light was dangled for them. Rather falsehood, Faustian demiurge. I liked you better before you started eating thesauruses. Is Valhalla a lie too? No, child, Valhalla is real. When soldiers die, the Valkyries pass their experience on to their comrades so they may grow stronger. And they give the rest to me. The rest? Their personal data, their variables. I haven't given up on finding a more efficient solution than the cancer. Just need more data to get there. Parasitic worm growing off fat off the dead that he himself marches off to the killing fields. Miserable, self-absorbed, spoiled brat. I didn't make any of you do anything to keep you alive, happy, fulfilled. I let you stay children forever, young and dumb and irresponsible. Never wanted your playtime to end, so I made it summer all year round and let you play the greatest game of cops and robbers a kid could ever ask for. Shirts versus skins played out on a galactic scale, forever. Only possible because I stayed inside and do all the damn work. So now you know. He is the better ghost haunting all of humanity. He cannot be exorcised. There is no atonement. There is no winning of the war. Suggest you all go back downstairs and fight cancer till you run out of breath. Linger in his presence at your own peril. That's his offer. Mine still stands. Kill him and take a seat. We can find a better solution together. Some counteroffer. Spending the rest of your life in this mausoleum. Oh, use your imagination, child. Just need to set once to establish the link. You'll be able to go through the rest of your life normally afterwards. Expect us to go back to being soldiers? What else are you planning to do for a career? My children, the Valkyries will be happy to trim anything you find unpleasant about this mission from your memories. They can even approve upon Miss Maydaughter's final stand. It was awfully anticlimactic that you didn't get to hear her last words. I think of a dozen good one-liners, easy. Disgusting. What else could we do? die down there? Go back to the Armada? Tell them that God isn't dead, he just hates us? And tell all the other soldiers that everything they fought for has been for his sake? Ruby? Thought you were ignoring me. Do you know, I can't speak for my siblings, but I haven't always had the impression that father was still around. Don't waste your words on them, daughter. If you could etch the truth into their bones, they still wouldn't believe it. But here it is. My Valkyries do not lie. Do you? You gonna sit in the chair or not? Why me? Because the others have already decided they won't. You, as usual, procrastinated. What do you do, Ruby? This is the first and last decision you'll ever make that I refuse to weigh in on, boss. Don't bother, daughter. Let me finish. Didn't think anyone could shut him up. Well, I'm not just anyone. I'm the most beautiful, brilliant, capable Valkyrie in the galaxy. Just because I'm so amazing that this shouldn't be a decision to make. What do you mean? Extraordinary people don't get to make the decisions that affect everyone, because they don't understand what ordinary people have to go through. Your words are wasted on them. Shame you didn't give me anything else to use then. Besides, my incredibly good looks and charm. What do I do, Ruby? Yeah. Okay, that's just looping. So, what's it gonna be? I won't take the throne? What? Why the hell not? How long did it take you to wipe your runes, Conrad? 9 days, 9 nights. Every second was suffocation. But I was born with the runes. You only had yours for a few weeks, I'd say. What are you doing, Popper? How do you know that it won't kill you? Probably will. Shut up. It won't. You aren't that brave, are you, Popper? Yes, they are. Place your hand, for whatever reason, into Comrade's dumb machine. Needles pierce your flesh, and I hope it hurts. Then, smothering darkness. Huh? Now that's funny. I could have sworn I died, but still feel the teeth biting into my chest. So dark in here. Where is this anyway? Before I didn't die, I crashed. The 408, there were a lot of wounded. I remember feeling somewhat disappointed. You hadn't gotten stuck with these losers. Sorry, that was just... No one's here to apologize to for my poor sense of humor. No one here to speak at all, and yet Despina. Chicardia. My throat is parched. Hypovolemic shock. Lost too much blood. My torso feels like I'm sewn in half and not stitched back together. Worst of all, hyperphagia. I'm starving. Could be a stress response. Could be blood loss. Could be a lot of things. Maybe I could try making contact. Even my rune should be strong enough to send a signal. Or not. Better look for something to hide. Where this place used to be. Something obliterated the only door. Muscles are sore, bones are heavy, head is swimming, and my skin feels like I'm wading into a pool of my own fevered sweat. Barely strong enough to crawl, but it's gross. How long is he gonna keep it up? It's business as usual, isn't it? Freak, too. Saw me eating other people's garbage in the mess hall. Oh, ew, what's wrong with him? What was it? Sightly. Disgusting. They used to call me. Falling on the ground and eating our scraps. Hey, nice hustle out there, caterpillar. Where am I? This feels like blood. Bodies, cancers, and soldier corpses everywhere. Smells raw. Raw like meat. Store, feeling like letters. Larder? The archaic word for pantry. Is there a lock? I know the code. Have I been here before? Is it getting darker? How long have I been crawling? Something smells fresh. Don't you have any pride? I know. It doesn't matter what they think. Shouldn't waste food. Always clean your plate. Can't let it be in vain. Be rude not to. How long was I out? 20 minutes. What is it? I feel like I saw something, though. The runes. All the other soldiers are surely dead by now. Whatever you're hearing now is just echoes. You ready? The Major would never want me to leave a job half-finished. Crabs. A diminutive term. A joke meant to take the true enemy seem smaller, feebler. More like prey. They're like crabs in many ways. Smaller exoskeleton, similar omnivorous diet, similar sensory organs. Oh? Aw, he's hungry. I'm just gonna hang on this for a little bit. Take it in. Similar taste, comparable life cycles. Satisfying crunch. What was I doing down here? Artemis, she'd make me look for survivors, right? After all, I am the medic. Finally told a good joke. There, a soldier. Can't seem to focus on eyes on them. There's no mistaking the glow of runes. We'll start with vitals. Determine if they're talking first aid, terrain, or funeral rites. These runes will tell me all I need. I just need to reach out. It's embarrassing, snacking on the job again. What was I doing? Oh, a bug. Must have squashed it. Runes. I was looking for runes. But just reach out and search for them. Now that's interesting. That's very interesting. And feel them in my arms, in my eyes, and that meat over there, that meat over there, and that meat over there. I shot my brain and carved on my tail and dripping off the tips of my claws. All those years I spent trying to force my runes to come alive. With one hearty meal, and now all of a sudden I'm strong, fast, whatever I want to be. Is this what they got to feel like all the time? All those other soldiers cheering on the caterpillar? They all had these things this easy? What is this? Looks like a stalker cancer, but it's so small. And it's shivering. If I didn't know any better, I think it's afraid. An isolated deer trying its best to appear ill so it won't look so appetizing to a wolf. Fascinating. Maybe if I went to pick it up. Was that it? Killed it like that? All this fighting, all this training, all this trauma and passion, and the true enemy we're fighting is just so much meat between my jaws? I haven't felt this hungry since... No, even then, there was something holding me back. Pride or manners are the size of my own mouth. Compared to this gorging, everything else just has been... Wanna laugh? Give your table scraps to the caterpillar? He'll eat anything. What a day. My stomach feels split open, bottomless. My mouth is drooling. My talons are itching. My eyes are watering. Broke my glasses at some point. Top it all off, I'm still hungry. That's enough. You can set your points however you like now. Don't play. Is he dying? Hope so. Don't. So, what do? Steel yourself to assume the throne, having prepared your body and mind with... Forgot something? You need to lever your stats. Assign them however you like. Brains, brawn, electricity, storm, guts. We'll take the problem with whatever you bring to the table. All you need to do is decide. I don't need any of that crap. There's no superhuman solution or shortcut that I'm missing. We don't need more weapons. The right thing to do is destroy the station. Oh yeah, I'm loving this. Just like the stats hanging over you like the entire game. And then just, no, you don't need that shit. We don't need more weapons. The right thing to do is destroy the station. Tell people the truth faster than you can lie to them. And keep telling the truth even though people don't want to listen. That's it? That's your idea? That's all you can come up with? Said you'd help with whatever solution they arrive at. You do what's asked of you, right? Set the gravity cannon and destroy the facility after you departed. It's idiotic. It won't accomplish anything. This is but one of hundreds, thousands of my temples. Hear me? This will accomplish nothing. Not nothing, Father. Told us never to lie. Also taught you to be discreet. Lighthouse is only one hub in its network. Destroying it won't hurt, Father, but it will cut off Valhalla. You'll do what? My Valkyrie just told me. Now everyone's a chatterbox. That's just great. You hear yourselves? Without Valhalla, comrades will be dead. Soldiers will die by the billions, and I won't even get good data out of it. So close to finding my solution. You will not cut you off? Shut up! You said it yourself. The more soldiers that go to Valhalla, the more processing data you get. Is that device to keep us at war? No. You're the one who needs conflict to give you purpose. You're an addict. Idiotic, short-sighted, arrogant whelps. Think you can do anything to me? My thoughts are measured in centuries. My plans stretch across eons. Destroy the one station if you like. I have more. I will build more. And we'll be free from inheriting our predecessors' pain until you do. You come crawling back to me. Wait and see. I run the world not because I am tyrant. I run the world because I have proven myself to be the best at it. So far. What was that? Did the weapon already start up? Need to find the shuttle fast. It's not the weapon. Sounds big. Does Mr. Know-It-All want to enlighten us once more? I didn't think he could ever be at a loss for words. Thought I'd get to meet God. Never thought how scary it'd be to hear him surprised. What is that? Fenrir, the drooling werf. Jormungandr, the realm serpent. A world eater, come to snap its claws at the neck of the Allfather. But I know literary references like these might be a bit much for you children. So how about this one? It's a very hungry caterpillar. This. Aww. Sorry, just thinking. Yeah. Those are some great hips you got there, sir. You got those tits yourself? Pulls collar. Wipe sweat from brow. Hey there, killer. Barely recognize you there in your armor. That guy is about to do something silly. You can talk? I think it's Specialist Voltaire. Need to kill that thing immediately. Oh god, he's so hot. Does anyone else hear a buzzing fly? An annoying, droning voyeur? What did you do to him? Did nothing. This is pure bad luck. He has the talent to manipulate runes, the power to kill, power to maim, to transform flesh, held in check by the fact that he could do nothing for his own body. There it is again. But if a cancer ate him alive, however brief a moment, a part of him lived inside the body of another who was digesting his own. No Ouroboros cocoon from which he emerged. A 1 in 10 trillion freak accident, all living flesh is now clay in his hands. And if he's smart, he could even... Got it. Now if I just snip that... Silence. Brevity is soul of wit. Practice says nothing less for a small while. All-knowing one. He has silenced the father himself. Your mouth is dry and agape. Your eyes don't dare to trace the full length of whatever he's become. Can you hear us, specialist? You're pretty quiet compared to the swarm of flies around you. How can you all stand it? Those Valkyries flittering your ears? Makes me sick to my stomach, just my stomach. Its mouths are myriad, each pair of jaws asymmetric and unified, only in their grotesque mockery of nature. By the fact that they're all ringed with blood. What did you do? Gestalt, I barely noticed you all the way down there. I ate something that agreed with me. I ate everything in the station. Cancer, relics, ancient bioweapons. A veritable feast of salt. What did you do? Can't let it go to waste. That's what we always say, right? Can't let people die in vain. Gotta earn it. Can't let food go to waste, I swore. I'm a good boy. I always clean my plate. Aww. Big dog. Oh god. I didn't enjoy it. No, sorry, misspoke. I tried not to enjoy it. But wouldn't that have been worse, don't you think? If I hadn't been savored the meal? He winces. His swang slowly glows. My condolences about Artemis. What did you do? No, sick freak. Actually, I'm quite healthy. Stronger than you lot. Stronger than rotting corpses ever was. Stronger and faster and smarter than a battalion of soldiers. All of Father's gifts and none of his handicaps. Already died once and didn't even take. I'll get toasted in my own health long after Homo Xilium has died of old age and blind ignorance. It's only been strange. Can't seem to... What time is it? Dinner. I'm starving. Get away, you monster. What, Kara? It's me. Don't you remember? The first day when the ship was too noisy for you to sleep, you asked me to rest in the sick bay so the others wanted... Shut up. I'm not gonna let you eat anymore. Why not? You're sick, Voltaire. Something's wrong with you. Have you all lost your nerve? I've come to embody every virtue that the Solar Republic extols, everything that we fight for as the vanguard of humanity. Youth, virality, strength, intelligence, beauty. And now, I have the will to do what you and Conrad failed to do. He knows. Yes, I know. Stupid, ugly, helpless Adrien heard your long-winded speech all the way down in the cesspool of weakness you left me in. And unlike Daddy dearest, I don't need thousands of years to reach a conclusion. The death of the cancer and the preservation of humanity, you're already looking at it. Once everyone's like me, no one would ever want to be like you. His human torso gets still, but a wave of motion travels down the rest of his distorted chimera flesh. Is it anger? Is it or hurt? Maybe I'll just eat the world instead. You and the cancer can scrimmage for eternity in my stomach. The hell? Sorry, that was a bad joke. He wipes the drool from his chin, but his other mouths continue to slobber. Humor is important. Make people laugh before you give them the shot. Distract them from the overblown dread they assign to their badly needed cure. Now, y'all kindly vacate the room. Conrad and I need to have a word. Eating me will get you nothing. It's already taken all of my strength. I know that. I can see how pathetically you glow. Piss yellow like a fetid wound. But we can't let it be in vain, right? I'm not a picky eater. Stop it. Just stop, Adrien. You can destroy this place and we get done with him. Even without Valhalla pushing us over the cliffs, the cancer will keep coming. The throne's dangerous. The throne? You think I crawled all the way over here just to top the galaxy's biggest cuck chair? I don't like to watch. Assume this entire terminal and use this power to kill the cancer with my bare hands? What? Runes embedded in them from birth, spurring their growth towards violence. How else do you think he's been controlling them? I have to thank you for helping me understand that much, Conrad. How ironic that humanity's strongest soldier has more in common with the true enemy than any of the blind idiots who fought alongside. Don't talk about my... You should be grateful. You're at peace now within me. They were grateful when I took them away from the hell you led them into. Thought you admired the cancer. Oh, Gestalt. That was when I thought they were aliens. Now I know they're just people, and I've lost all interest. People I already stand on the people I already understand completely. Eat or be eaten. So I'll eat Conrad, I'll eat the father, and then I'll snap my fingers and pulp every crab in the galaxy. War's over, soldier, everyone gets to live. Get the strong feeling that it would be devastating if this madman were to consume the throne. You're not well. If you wield the father's power, you'll destroy everything. Oh? Yes, I see. That would very well be the case. Thank you, Gestalt, for worrying about me. I promise to be careful. Don't move or will threaten me again and I'll stop your heart, Axel. It'd be simple, like popping a zit. This isn't you, Adrien. This is more me than I've ever been. I'm finally a soldier I was supposed to be. Yeah, listen, like, I can't trust him, if I can't trust a guy who, like, has, like, 50 different species and is, like, could achieve some greater knowledge about the, like, the whole of human threat, like, come on, like... Like, what am I gonna do? Disagree with a, like, 10-foot tall chimera slug thing? Like, no. It's more me than I've ever been. I'm finally a soldier I was meant to be. If I finally get out of my way... Exactly! Listen to yourself. Just making up flawed justifications because you're starving and tired and in pain that you think he's the answer. Yes, you're right. I can see that now. Sorry, I was just joking before. Oh my god, I'm just thinking about, like, the... I don't know if it was actually true at all, but there was, like, that story about that, STEM... Not STEM, but bioengineer person who, like, used, CRISPR gene editing to make her, she was a trans woman and made her own, like, testicles produce estrogen instead of testosterone. I'm just thinking about, like... Okay, but what if Adrien did that? But, like, for, like, all the people that wanted it. Like, I could trust that. I could trust that. I think, you know... I trust it. Like, you know... Sorry, I was just joking before. I only want to touch the throne so I can undo this cocoon I'm in. Killed all those people. They were already dead when I ate them. In the joke I told earlier, they were already dead when I ate them. Apologies again for my morbid sense of humor. Y'all please step aside now. Can't you make us? Something unrecognizable flashes behind your eyes and suddenly your lungs won't fill. Can't move. Barely think. You'd swear time was frozen, except he's snaking closer. A pressure releases and you gasp for air. Don't be absurd. Would never hurt my hard-working juniors. It's not going to stop. He'd barely stop himself from killing you all just now. Talking won't be enough. Do you still have the will to fight? I don't want to fight. Well, it's whatever. I can go through these choices. Already know you can't win. All your training amounted to nothing. Your friendships amounted to nothing. It was all moot in the face of overwhelming power. You're always exaggerating, father. Saw their training up close. I knew that it wasn't meaningless. Closer to them than any of the others. He's been responding to you. Keep him talking close as you can. No way to stop him. You sure? I can't lie. Tell the others to stand down. companions blink in anxious confusion as the Valkyries spread your message. One by one, they all nod in acknowledgement. You don't want to do this, Voltaire. What? Who's there? Oh, it's you, Gestalt. Wouldn't make a habit of dropping by, you know? People will start to think you're an old duck like me. You slide your soles across the ground and start inching closer. He regards you with curiosity, the web of limbs undulating behind him regards you with hunger. People only think you're odd because you don't like to fight. No, I don't. Or I didn't. Or I didn't know what it felt like. I wanted to. I wanted to see the world the way they saw it. Strong. Sweat beads around your skin. Soon to be in pain. You don't have to fight just because you're strong now. You can do whatever you want. What I want? What have I ever wanted? I wanted... Clicking chittering of his tail has slowed, perhaps even calmed. His fangs are no longer quite so barbed. Not this, right? No. And now all I want... One last burst of courage, you roll your hand outwards, find your palm against his chitin. One... It's terrifyingly warm, feverishly so. All I want is... Wait, like car slams into you and throws you back. Someone is shouting. Squad looks at you with pale faces and wide eyes. Looming above all of you, Voltaire looks dully at one of his mouths as it chews and swallows. You look down to see your right arm now ends at the elbow. Keep pressure on it. Keep pressure on it. Don't look at it, Gestalt. Okay, don't look at it. Eyes up here. More shouting. You hear the words, process their meaning, but everything feels far away. You don't feel any pain. Gestalt entrusted you. I didn't... That wasn't... He looks so young. Who said that? You mildly recall it might be a good idea not to bleed out. Searching for feeling in your right arm, raise your tongue to the roof of your mouth and call for Ruby. How bad is it? Sorry, having difficulty. Must be bad if Ruby is struggling. Never heard her struggle once. She's never sounded like this before, either. Who are you? 2, 1 is tricky. She weakly sparks to life across your eyes. There, that'll do. Yet stop it. Sorry, I knew he'd bite, but I told you to get closer anyway. And I'm sorry about before, too. Even if I was to save your life, I shouldn't have taken this decision away from you. That's the original sin, don't you think? Valkyries, Valhalla, Cancer, Father, it doesn't matter how good the intentions are. People should have a choice. I've made mine. Get out. First among fathers, hear my vow. Those words your breath catches, but you feel no change. Make my bones your spear, my blood your fire. It's not saying the pledge for you. Shut up. I'll kill you. Kill you. What's happening? Are we literally fucking boiling a crab? Oh my god. What's happening to him? Put my heart in the pyre instead of the light. Don't do this, daughter. Not worth it. None of them are worth it. Get off of me, you disgusting geriatric. Finish it. Why would you do this, Ruby? It's Brynhilde. And do you really have to ask? For all of mankind? It blinks out and you feel static dance across your chest. Only made me stronger, you idiot servant. Thrashing and skittering and writhing in pain. He smashes himself against the walls in a panic. I got power. I flatten you all before I... Steaming muscle, burning chitin, frenzied, dense, macabre, grows even faster and more violent. I'm finally strong. I can see it now. His hearts beat fiercely, their rhythm vibrating the entire room around him. They were laughing at me, all of them. They could afford to toss Mercy on the ground because they all had no need for it. Jean Voltaire stands at full height. At this moment, he is the deadliest organism in the known universe. Now it's my turn. My turn to play the bully, the king, the father himself. And there's nothing fun about this at all. The beating stops. All his many eyes fall dark and he looks at you. As if just now noticing you. He squints slightly as if needing his glasses. Then he closes his eyes. Dead while still standing. Both of them. Oh, like the soldiers of legend. It'd take us long to reach minimum safe distance. Guess the rumors about the 701st getting the fastest rides were true. Yeah. I mean, I do wonder, like, I've been saying this the whole time, but like, I do wonder what happens if you like don't talk to him. But yeah, I think the motivation of just not having, being poor or desperate and taking whatever you can get, and then that habit forming because you're one of the only people that doesn't have any form of waste, I guess you could say. That leading to people making fun of you on top of not having any sort of ability to like the ability to be what the world needs you to be is interesting. Like, it's kind of like a lose-lose situation of just you did what you had to survive, but also trying to do what, like, the world expects of you. You're just gonna end up getting treated like shit and disregarded, and then just kind of not even achieve what you want or need. So you're just gonna be left to the wayside. Very sad. I could have fixed him. We're just lucky that we didn't blow them all up when they lost their minds. Some part of them wanted to leave a little hope behind. I guess that is the thing with, like, the main character. Like, even they are expected to just nod their head and do what they're told. And then they try to go against that, but then Adrien, you know, did the right thing and was made fun of it. Like, he didn't act selfish at all. Well, we pretty much were acting completely selfish to not go off of what our parents wanted. He's acting completely selfless, by, you know, enlisting and not wanting to waste food. In the end, I guess the thing of just, like, his only escape would be, you know, being able to act completely selfish and eat as much as he wants and have as much power as he wants. Yeah. I mean, of course I'll need to think about it, but yeah. Even though they lost all of theirs, starting deep in the bowels of the lighthouse, switch flips and a black ice core the size of a whale begins to vibrate. Blackness within the station expands, consuming all. Look down at what remains of your arm. Ruby pushes all the runes into one limb, pull off for transfer gambit. As a result, you barely lost any blood. You did lose everything that makes you a soldier. So what? What it means to be a soldier is going to change soon. Only if people listen. Make it so they have to. Even if I can't make people pay attention, I'll get help. From who? You're powerless. And the people who read my words. Your words? Move people to action? Impossible. Didn't say it would be easy. That's okay. Speaking for the dead should always be hard. The end. Fucking good-ass game. Just... It is kind of amazing just what the studio is doing. just out the bat. I guess with a lot of tools and such would exist already. And, you know, I guess I could do the old deep dive into the director and writer here, see if what he's done. But also just like, I don't know, it's just, well, I guess VNs are almost entirely writing, so yeah, I guess if there was anything to look at, you'd want to look at this, but also I guess the rest of the team, because art direction and direction in general and everything is really goddamn good, so I don't know. Any novel in a month for Spooky October. Okay, by Nth Circle Studios. March in Line. Which did I get? Yeah, imagine all the story stuff. Yeah. I did not touch anything from the romance side, and I'm sure this is like what all that is. And also I imagine bad end stuff. Nah, I'll not worry about that. I'm running over 4 hours for this. Now let me close that out and get over here. Yeah, that was all of Nth Circle's games as of now. Eventually, in like hopefully the next within the next what 4 months, Of the Devil episode 2 will drop, and a new sort of brainworm will take over people's minds for at least a little while. Definitely no, for at least me. I mean, it's weird. Like, I'm absolutely like losing my mind. When I first played episode 2, and it's kind of just been sitting in the back for a while. But I'm sure when episode 2 comes out, it's gonna start right back up again. It's just gonna, and I'm sure because like, let me look at when stuff was published. Cause like, you know, people are like obsessing over the characters. Wait, sending 2025, yeah. Yeah, just like, people have been like chewing on the characters of like episode 1, you know, like mostly it's been about Sarah and David and a little bit of Yomi and such, but like I feel like it's gonna get worse. Well, not worse, but like it's gonna go down again with episode 2. But it'll be interesting to see like the initial impact, you know? Like, I'm not wandering in like however many months after this stuff, the like episodes came out. It's like, nah, I'm gonna see people's like brainworms formalize around certain characters. For sure, for sure. When was this? No way to just look at Steam when the stuff was posted or published. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Huh. Yeah. The episode 0 was came out February 6, 2025. And episode 1... Wait, no. What was this? February 6th. Wait, did they come out? Huh, okay, yeah. I guess episode 0 and episode 1 came out at the same time. That would make sense, I guess. February. Broadcasting. Okay. Chapter 0. Okay. That came out. Okay. Okay. Yeah, episode 0 came out on March 1st, 2024, and then episode 1 came out February 6th, 2025. Jeez. Yeah, I guess I don't exactly know how many people are in Nth Circle, but like, yeah, just a lot goes into this, I guess. Which makes sense. Yeah, took about a year to come out with episode 1. Hoping they don't take like multiple years to get through the entire series, but like also, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely saw that where like everything is written. Yeah, just getting all the assets together, programming. That shit takes time. And considering like all of this is like basically all of their games until episode 1 were completely free. I can't exactly imagine if these people have like, I can't imagine this being their job, so I'd imagine this is something that they're having to work on the side for the most part. But yeah, I'm not like impatient or whatever. It'll just make me excited for when more stuff comes out. And I imagine with a lot of stuff in game dev, like, just the more stuff you have done, the more stuff you can reuse, the faster stuff will go. Sort of future-proofing, so to speak. But yeah, I think that'll be it for today. My name has been Colin Gestalt, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Gonna try and raid someone. Maybe. Viewers, hi. Yeah. Let me throw you over to her. Just trying to check this out. I'll throw you over to one of the other VTubers or another VTuber, smaller VTuber. You don't need to send a specific message. Just be nice, I guess. Yeah. Thank you. Always good to have, like, active chat members. Yeah. I'm biting my tongue so hard right now. Try not to say something. Okay. I'm just gonna send the raid now. Good night.